I was, yeah.
How are you guys doing?
Doing
Doing all
well.
right.
Doing all right?
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
That's good.
Yep.
It's been a little bit, hasn't it?
It has, and I've been very excited for the return of this whooshing madness.
No, not the return of the Mac.
Oh, I suppose at
Oh
least a little.
Return of the Mac.
no!
Oh no.
Oh my god!
That's right. Return of the Mac.
Of course, Lorelai was here to catch that.
Yeah.
It's
Are
almost
we
like an
doing this?
inside joke.
Are, are we still doing the ship? We're still doing the ship. Okay. Yeah.
So, wow, there was a pretty important stuff happened last time. I think we had a whole new character introduced and some beans were spilled about things. Does anybody want to give us a brief recap, maybe not just of the last episode, but kind of what's been going on in general?
Uh, I specifically remember the corn dog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yes.
that was important.
That was very important. Otherwise,
It's going to save our life in the future, I'm sure.
uh,
Clearly.
I actually need to pull up my notes to make sure I have all my stuff together. Soup. Somebody else who's more embedded in the game so far, please, please.
Sure. I kind of want to hear the newcomer, describe everything that he wasn't here for.
Yeah,
Uh,
Yeah, because, I mean,
Yeah.
you clearly have been following us
please.
in all of our
I-
exploits.
Actually,
Explain.
as per my character's lack of knowledge about the situation, no. I have been poking around. I have noticed the Scooby Doo shenanigans you've been getting into so far. Uh, all my notes are about the office scene. Oh crap! No, wait, I have more. Well, your newcomer's opinion on the situation is a little more geared towards his impression of all of you.
Understandable.
Oh? What's your impression of us?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ethan has had a very limited contact with the rest of the group so far, except to investigate goings-ons that are disrupting the town here. And he
Mhm.
seems to have stumbled upon your merry band of misfits. Gemma, he has
Uh-huh.
zero opinion of. Uh,
Okay.
Nicholas, I believe he has a general positive impression of because he actually called him out on just skulking around in the background, which I thought was funny. Was it Anthony or Nicholas? Sorry. Anthony is the one with the cakes. Yeah, no. We're talking.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
he's
had to
got
remind myself.
bountiful cakes.
Bountiful.
Everyone loves my cake.
Yeah. I do enjoy your pastries. Uh, no. Ethan is brand new to this whole situation, and so his impression of the situation is, hey, the cult of ecstasy, the cult of ecstasy sort of told me to keep an eye on you guys. Or at least I assumed it was you, because there was a mention of a girl, and we got the one girl right here who's kind of just been quiet. Something about a spirit dragon thing. Something about corn dog. Bountiful harvest. Lack thereof. Weird
Mhm.
goings-ons in this town.
You know, I might have messed up our start here because what we probably should have done is had you guys reintroduce yourselves and say who you are and who your characters are.
I'm so sorry.
No,
Also,
no,
Patrick-
I directed you guys to give a recap before people even knew who you were. So let's do a quick do-over and let's go from left to right here. How about we have Carator? You start.
I'm Karadar, also known as Lucas, also known as Zuzan, who is playing Nicholas Bassett, the charming, rich philanthropist doctor of the town, who has basically moved back home after he gained his magical life magic powers to kind of reinvigorate his hometown and help him maybe possibly find out the reason why he has to, eat human flesh every once in a while, as things do.
Mm-hmm. That happens. Everyone knows that.
Of course, even I know that.
Mm-hmm. And then, how about you, Crusader?
I am Crusader Corrupted. I am playing Anthony DeLuca, who is an amazing chef who just has the worst luck getting involved with people like the mafia and monsters in rival mafias that might be hunting him down, and is trying to run away from all that. And went to his best friend Nicholas to change his identity. And now I'm trying to just start over in this quiet little town where nothing goes wrong except everything seems really weird and lots of things are wrong.
You can't escape it. All right. And how about you, Kiana?
I am Kiana Cardinal, and I am playing the trying to think of a descriptor. Eccentric nun known as Gemma Linguini, who has a weird penchant for finding spirits at this rate. Just happens a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
Almost as if it's a trait of yours.
Perhaps there is a trait of mine. Perhaps that I am blessed or something that just draws them near to me. I don't know.
Could be. Also, you apparently have 8 EXP.
I do. I've been hoarding it for a little bit. I'm waiting for downtime to spend it.
And then we have our newest member, ID10.
Yep. I'm ID10. I am your local tech gremlin and tech specialist VTuber something or other. I'm bad with introductions, and I love playing video games. Today I'm playing a little...
I'm here to give introductions and play video games, and I'm all out of games.
pretty much. I'm all out of introductions too. No.
Oh shit.
No. I'm playing Ethan Gardner. I'm a very recently ex-office worker who recently came into the fold of the mages and figured out he has an aptitude for certain kinds of displacement. He's found his way here to the sleepy little town of Not Gravity Falls in order to assist in figuring out about the weird goings-ons here. And he might have just zeroed in on the one Goyle who's doing it. I'm pretty sure I'm putting the accent on too hard, actually. That's not...
Is he walking here? We're not sure if he's walking here.
Actually, this entire time he has been walking here. He has not been in a vehicle.
All right. And now that we know Ethan's feelings on the other characters, why don't we have one of the longer time members kind of catch everyone up to speed up until Ethan got there, and then we'll hear Ethan's opinion on the most recent going-ons.
Mm-hmm.
It has been, for those of you just tuning in or haven't seen us for a while, it has been 3 weeks since the last session, so my apologies there. Some other things had come up. But maybe with a good recap, we'll all be back up to speed. So who wants to do it?
I believe we all started off by getting our magical powers in various ways, and then meeting up in the small, sleepy town of Pleasant Valley. I don't know why, but my session 1 notes are erased, so I'll have to go a little bit more off memory for this.
Ooh.
But I believe after somehow randomly running into each other, at least running into Miss Linguini, the other two of us are kind of stuck together for the moment. We have just been bouncing around from ghost to haunted fountain to, magical bookstore. As we go through, we had a spider insect like ghost in my great uncle's basement.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, he was covered or being attacked by insects or calling insects. Not really sure, but Gemma bravely got covered in all sorts of horrible things to put his soul to rest. Bless her.
They were everywhere.
In
And then
everything.
immediately, with a, I'm sure, bout of insanity and not something that's turned into a regular thing, tried to get us to break several laws and bury the body without telling anybody about it.
It's a feature, not a bug.
I believe after that, we went and installed a washing machine, which,
A dishwasher.
I mean,
It is a machine
The
that
dishwasher
washes, but a lot
washes.
of people delineate between those two things in some form or fashion.
Either way, that was also quite a challenge. Got everybody quite wet, and somehow, I don't know, broke a fountain. Or at least it seemed like that, because as Gemma walked out, the fountain kind of like exploded into more water, and her book also exploded into water, and she just was very leaky that day, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Very moist.
Very moist. We went to the farmer's market
Please.
where everybody ran into Miss Williams.
Please use different wording
Obviously,
next time.
Miss Margaret Williams, the bank manager and obvious villain that, is obviously the villain.
Look,
But,
has she had a villain song yet?
we haven't had any songs yet. I feel like we need to turn this into a musial now.
Oh shit. Well,
Do
there
I need to
goes.
bust out
Please,
songs for
please,
you?
no.
Is that what I need to do?
I run this bank and I run this town and I'll run you straight into the ground. Oh, wait, what?
I feel
Oh,
like
God, that was
that
actually
works
pretty good.
very well.
That was solid.
Yeah,
What?
I was going straight into New York,
Somebody
New York, but
clip
this is
that,
not place.
No, this is not
Do it.
canon.
Did you just make that up, or?
Yeah.
I shall make it, Ken.
Jesus, that is actually great.
Too late.
Let's see. She tried to hide a magic business card in my car, but
Mhm,
she's really bad at that somehow.
apparently.
Because our good friend and chef found it immediately. Just looked under a floor mat for some reason. Oh, look, there's a card. There we go. Huh, it's magic. Well, let's look at that.
Sometimes you get that tingly feeling. You just got to check under the floor mat.
Yep, so we've got Mr. Tingles and Miss Moist in the back of the car.
Please do not phrase it that way.
Afterwards, we went to the Dallases, who are the family of the person we found under the floorboards, I believe.
Mhm.
And, found out that Gemma, who's very dry at this point, her lover, mentor, possible girlfriend, Josephine, is like,
You are making a lot of insinuations. We're
Kind
just
of like-
friends, I swear.
the witch of this town.
Mhm.
Went around, got into lots of trouble, rounded up a group of kids that followed her around who mysteriously disappeared, one of which we found buried under the floorboards. So, possibly a murderer, possibly not. We're not sure about Josephine. It's one of the mysteries that we're searching.
Josephine's not a murderer.
That's one of the ways it could turn out.
Mm-mm.
There's also this
That is my
other
statement.
who also might be a murderer. He's the other mystery. He's either helped exorcise a witch who'd gone insane, or, murdered a poor medicine woman because he's, I don't know, an evil
dick?
religious cultist person.
Mhm.
It's one of the two, and we're trying to figure. We spent 2 or 3 sessions on that one, going through the library, looking for clues, getting walked in on and surprised by the world's loudest priest somehow.
Hey, look, it's karma balancing out, finding a mysterious business card subtly slipped into your car. Sometimes you get snuck up on by the loudest thing in existence.
That would be Father Andrew, by the way,
Mhm.
who is a very nice person, but is very not, I would say, quiet.
He's
He can't
talkative.
stop talking
Mm-hmm.
at all. Let's see. After that, Henrietta was the witch. There was a convenient fire. Oh yeah, we went to the woods. We finally had a nice trip to the woods after having all the hints thrown at us that there might be terrible things in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
And turns out, Miss Margaret is causing some weird space anomalies in the woods,
Mm-hmm.
and also B, bears live there.
Yeah, it's true. There are bears in the woods.
Wait, are we sure there's bears in the woods?
Well,
Oh.
let's ask Anthony and Gemma, is there a bear in the woods?
I mean, there was a thing that was large, sounded, and walked like a bear.
I mean, it was bear shaped.
And when you cut into it, there was blood. But I mean, like,
Was it bear blood though? That's the question.
I don't know. I'm not a medical expert, and our medical expert was not there.
You know,
he
I
was
think we need,
abandoned in the woods by his friends.
you know, I think we need a specialist on bears. Is our new member a specialist in bears, perhaps?
He pleads
You're
the
muted.
fifth.
I guess so.
So I mean, I guess we will never know if it was a full bear or not.
Could have been a werebear, a
It
bear
could have been just
shifter,
a pseudo bear. Maybe it was Claw.
some guy in a suit.
Yeah,
Who you did hit with a cleaver.
It was 3 Margarets in a trench coat in a bear.
yeah, very dedicated role player. You know, I don't know.
But Anthony and Gemma fought off the bear by turning Gemma's legs into those of a rabbit. We're not sure how that worked, but you know, it worked.
Mm-hmm. She didn't seem
And
to be a
then-
fan of it.
I don't know. I think Anthony found it very soft.
I mean,
and nice.
yeah, it was very nice, soft-looking fur. Like, you know,
And not at all
Yeah,
moist.
no,
Oh
that
my god.
Yeah,
Why are
absolutely
you
not
guys
the correct
going
descriptor.
Yeah, don't worry, Kiana. I'm feeling that for you. I'm coming in blind on half of this, except I knew that happened. So you're giving a good descriptor, but the mention of moist over and over is concerning.
It is.
There, she had a book in her sleeve, and it just started pouring water out
Mm.
Oh my
all
Yeah.
over the place. In my car, just
yeah, it wouldn't stop.
Oh, it just ruins the
Yeah.
upholstery.
It does. But it
But
actually didn't, and why is that?
it's because the water was magical and disappeared later.
Mm.
Magic
Interesting.
water,
Well,
not real water.
so then you defeated the bear, and then what?
It tried to eat me, but I kind of like sidestepped and it ran away. So you know, as you do, you don't go and like stand there as someone's yelling, "Oh God, there's a bear coming!" You kind of get out of the way.
They valiantly held off the bear from the running hikers.
Sometimes you just gotta do things for other people.
Heroic.
That's sure. And the next heroic thing we did after getting home from the woods was go and talk to the evil bank manager. And by
Well-
we, I mean they.
Well, what prompted that?
She once again dropped a magical note card to us while we were in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't know about you, but I feel like someone needs to teach these mages that phones exist.
I've got a cell phone.
Apparently they don't.
Yeah, Gemma doesn't.
Why does you
mean-
have a cell phone?
I do. I just don't like using it.
She could just
Wow,
give us
I'm
a call, send a
I'm a
text
church
message.
orphan. Why would I have a phone?
Because you were a church orphan and someone needed to take care of you? I don't know.
Wait,
Don't you
Nope.
get calls from the
That's not how that
petitioners?
I do have to make a correction. I have used my phone once.
Yeah, to call Margaret.
Yes.
You know, I just forgot that we had another thing happen where my father came home,
Mhm.
taught us about magic, but Gemma kind of exploded my front door.
Oh yeah.
So if we don't want to go into her being moist, can we go into the fact that she broke a picture of my deceased mother?
Well,
and
I
has yet to
didn't
make
mean
up
to
for it?
do that. You know that was on purpose.
well, this also means that we've kind of forgotten an important side character in this recapping.
Is
There
it?
was
is
a
it-
character that's become quite attached to the young nun.
Yeah, the
Oh,
teacup.
Yeah, teacup.
teacup.
I love
Teacup.
Teacup's wonderful.
Because
Yes.
there was a reason that you guys got together that night with your father.
Yeah,
That's
because
right.
some old hag decided to steal teacup.
Yeah, the obviously evil person broke into a church. Broke into a church
Does
in
Obviously,
the middle of the night in high heels.
obviously evil.
Ah!
To be fair, in return, your own father did then break into the bank in the middle of the night.
She
Yeah.
had it
I
coming.
It's
I
the
do
mage
not
way.
disagree, but we need a book of laws and some fashion sense.
The Book of
As,
Mage Laws.
I was just saying though, if we're using breaking into the church as being defined as evil, then like breaking into a bank, like where does that fall on the scale? Then
I mean,
is
he
your
didn't
father evil?
steal anything, and you can argue that Margaret is trying to choke the town to death or something. So
Okay, so it's your own personal perception as to whether or not it's evil. Got
I'm
it.
pretty sure that's how mages work. Our own personal perception is how we do everything.
True.
Yeah.
That's true.
You have to be kind of a narcissist to be a mage by default, huh?
That's why
Kinda.
it's called hubris.
It's called hubris because it's all about me, because you said you.
It's
Hubris.
hemibris.
Hubris.
However, yes, at that point, after teacup had been taken and your father helped retrieve the teacup, which was very important to Gemma, from Margaret, afterwards, the other events transpired where they went out to the woods, they found the thing, the bear attack, they got away from the bear. Then Anthony and Gemma went to the bank to talk to Margaret. And what happened then?
I don't know. I wasn't there, and I have no interest in what happened. So let's skip on from that to where we're not around.
No.
Yeah.
Pause.
She as politely as she could basically told us to kind of fuck off and get lost.
Mm-hmm.
To stop what we were doing, that we didn't know what we were doing, and that she didn't want to help us in anything that we wanted to do.
Yeah, pretty much. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
There was also some information you asked her about, and she gave you answers that were unsatisfying to you.
Yes. I do plan to revisit those questions later.
Would you like to restate them before the audience?
Well, I mean, one, we were looking at like what's actually going on in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we know where this cabin was located, as the bank should have records of that?
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely something going on with the mine.
Sure. It's very dangerous, and she has to keep people out.
With a whole, space warping magic.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of things to bring up later.
Yep. Well, then after that, I believe you guys came up with an ingenious idea to help find this cabin in the woods.
Ah, yes, we performed our first actual bit of magic, where we put together a compass that helps us find. Are they called nexuses? Ley lines?
Yeah, a node, usually.
Nodes of power?
But of course, there's so many different mages with so many different names for things, but yeah.
We figured the person we're looking for may have been a mage,
Mm-hmm.
and mages like to reside on nodes of power. So we come up with a compass, and they can search out these nodes of power. We find, hopefully, one in the forest, and therefore find where the mage used to live.
Mm. And how did that go?
Margaret, being the evil person that she is, blocked our efforts
Oh, how did that happen?
with magic.
You know, that's a succinct explanation.
She whooshed in our general direction.
Mostly, it's it like to point towards the place at the bank, as opposed to anywhere else. On the more serious note, but that did lead us to some very important discoveries, though.
Oh.
We found out that Roger, I believe it's Roger, right? I'm not getting his name wrong this time.
The farmer?
Yes. Was having terrible trouble with his crops. They just suddenly died out of nowhere. And so, having been thwarted by Margaret's evil trickery, we decided to go help our dear friend and went to his farm, where we discovered that Margaret is not only evil, but also bad at her job. Having told us that she was there to keep spirits and stuff away from the town so it doesn't cause commotions, we find the town is in fact infested with spirits of famine. In fact, it's so infested with spirits of famine that as we followed them back to the market where she's tried to keep people away, we found that they've been harassing the dragon of the harvest that happens to live in the middle of the town. You know, spirit dragon in the middle of the town, which, you know, could cause a huge commotion. And
in the middle of the market.
Which is kind of in the middle of the town.
I mean, you had to walk an hour through the woods from the farm to get to the market. It's not really in the middle of town.
We'll agree to not care about that point.
Okay.
So.
But it is a spirit dragon that is in a well-traveled area. We'll say at least that much.
A well-traveled area. Who she's doing such a good job of keeping spirits away from the town. It's, you know, not able to do its job and is being harassed by these little mice things. Which is causing problems. Gimma found this out by playing with some cucumbers. You know.
When you put it that way.
Don't put it that way. What's wrong with you?
Added some cucumbers and, you know, part of her hand, as she does. We,
I hate
you. I've said nothing but the truth. It's not my fault you pick really weird things to have happen. Anyway, Margaret showed up and accosted us as we were getting the dragon out of the middle of, you know, the farmer's market. And convinced Gimma and Anthony that we should put the dragon back. And so, once again, luring it back to the middle with some cucumbers. Gimma tries to get it to, you know, sleep. And that's when we come upon a new duo to the town. Our good friend Ethan and some sort of homeless crazy guy.
Harry.
Ah, yes.
Harry
the homeless crazy man.
He's not crazy, he's measured. He's taken stock of things and realized that madness was probably preferable to try to make sense of it all.
Who have been just fantastic as an info dump. Standing in the middle of the market, right across from us, talking rather loudly about all sorts of things, like how they were spying on us, and what the dragon is, and for some reason that it likes McDonald's. You know, usual things.
Oh my god.
Would you like to pick up from there, since that is your introduction to our group?
It is literally where we started, for me. I think that most of what you've said so far has hit the nail on the head in terms of general opinions that Ethan may or may not already hold. Margaret already seems like the worst. My notes literally say, older woman, fancy red car, mage of renown, and bad at her job of keeping spirits out of the town. The worst.
We're going to get along very well.
Yeah,
no. Ethan just walks into this whole situation and is immediately like, all right, she's the worst. You all seem like weirdos, but weird is good. What now? Let's see. I'm looking at other notes I took here. Spirits of Famine thing. Do your characters fill me in at all, or are we starting off literally where we ended?
We were right where we ended. I believe Margaret said that she really needed to have a private conversation with you all, and the best place to do that would be in the bank in one of her meeting rooms, and that she would expect to see you all there in roughly an hour.
Yep.
Right. And Harry is crazy, but he did warn us of doing anything with her.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it also doesn't hurt, or it doesn't help that you guys walked about an hour through the woods to get here. Well, at
It's true.
least the other members.
Yeah.
I'm just doing some dumb math in my head. How did it take you several hours to get through the woods? Ethan got here in like 20 minutes.
Well, it's because they had already started that trek before.
Ah.
You started going there when Margaret left, and it took her a short drive to get from the bank to the marketplace. They had already been on that travel.
You took the circuitous route.
I mean, we did check up on Roger's farm.
That too.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay.
Well, now at this point, I believe you guys are heading through the woods with your newfound pal, Ethan, in tow. Presumably.
Is heading through the woods back to Roger's farm where my car is parked.
Mm-hmm. I believe that's where we left off. So, is it going to be an hour-long quiet walk? Or you guys got some words?
All right. Well, considering that we were all sort of talking openly at this point, if I am assuming correctly, who the hell are all you people?
I'm Nicholas Bassett of the Bassetts, which are a rather prominent family in this town, or were when this town was at all prominent. This is my good friend Anthony, and our local nun Gimma.
A local nun as opposed to a non-local nun. Got it.
Well, technically I'm not local, but hey, whatever.
Did you not move here to help the church out?
Well, yes, but I'm
Are there
local
other
for,
nuns here?
Well, no, but
Then
I've
you
been
are
here,
the local nun.
But I've been here for like 2 weeks tops.
Well, I think that your status has been pretty well established in that case.
Okay then.
Yeah.
But
Hey, look. Yeah.
who are you though?
You know, I'm a guy. just
Good
here
to
doing
know.
guy stuff.
Well,
I will
kind of guy.
Good to
make a
know.
note of your gender.
Well, fair. Did we ever establish the name of the company that my character worked for? We established one of the clients.
No, I don't think so. We just
Crap,
know
we
you
never
were...
mentioned the
Tell
company.
me it has something to do with the Zeskas.
No. It was a
no.
design company in New York. If he
Yeah,
was in
one of-
Chicago, then...
Zeskas Design?
No, I worked for a design firm. We were working on a bunch of client stuff. You know, you're all talking about what's this Fusion thing? I heard the word once. What was that about?
What?
Seems
Who
like,
said anything about fushing? What?
I swear you'd said it at least once last session, unless I'm
It's
just
very
hallucinating.
likely that we said "foosh" at some point during that session. We've said it a lot since we came up with that word.
Yeah.
But before I ask about that word, actually, no. So yeah, no, explaining. Nah, I worked in an office, had a real shit time of it. Decided to go on a little vacation of sorts, impromptu. Came back and had a bit of a change of heart about my future.
And when did you meet the dragon taming homeless man?
Oh no, he's new. That's new information. That's completely new information. I assure you, I've worked for an upstanding organization that also pretty much worked me to death, all things considered.
And you're relatively new to espionage.
Whoever said anything about espionage, I'm here to take a look at things.
Are you some sort of like accountant for dragon affairs or something?
Who had anything? Who keeps talking about dragons? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I mean, you're trying to keep tabs on Ms. Williams.
Holmes?
Who? Why does he have an
The
interest
bank
in this
manager.
romance?
Oh, Margaret. No. Just met her. She's horrible.
E-
She's got a big case of RBF that she can't seem to get rid of, no matter how hard she doesn't try.
oh my god.
But yeah, no. What I'm gathering here is so you're all some sort of a cabal, right? You know, that's probably the word for it. It's not like you get to go to like cult school.
Sound like a thing a nun would be a part of.
Yeah.
Are you part of a cabal, Gemma?
I'm
Are
coming up with
you
words to describe you.
accusing me of something that would be considered heretical?
Hey, look, it's not like I go to church. I'm not too bothered saying whatever.
You should come to church next Sunday.
I mean, everyone in town goes.
Oh,
Anthony
Yeah.
does fix
Everyone.
breakfast for people.
Oh, just Ethan just kind of considers this for a second and thinks, church, but coffee. Well, it couldn't hurt to be a little more social, you know? I've been learning a lot of things over the past several weeks. You know, being social is one of them.
What kind of things?
You know,
Well, I assume that dragons like McDonald's, for one.
well, now I'm aware of that. That's
Wait,
new
they
information.
do?
Were you not listening to that whole conversation?
No,
No,
I
I'm
was
saying,
not.
I'm saying this is currently new information. I have just learned that dragons like McDonald's. Wait, there's a dragon?
Wait, you mean your friend didn't tell you about the dragon?
No.
Oh, he was right there when this friend was talking about the dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, hold on a second here. He flips out a flip phone, just starts scrolling through, and just goes like, "Okay, it says here, the instructions I was given was essentially to keep tabs on things and have a look at things. That's about it.
Okay, so espionage.
Well, it's not espionage if I'm telling you about it.
He's got a point there.
No, it's just really bad espionage.
Well, see,
Indistinguishable.
No, see, I'm being personable. That's the whole thing. Yeah, look here. No, so I'm just gonna hang out and look. I'm not exactly threatening here. I've walked in. I've been talked to by some guys. The guys want the town to do good, so you know. Look, they didn't offer me too much info either. I'm walking in fucking blind to this. I'm just grasping at whatever straws I can find.
Well, then, what do you know about these guys
Are
that
you
should
part
make
of
us want to trust them?
They really like their cocaine for one. Jesus.
Excuse me, what?
Don't worry about it.
I don't know. I think I'm worried about that.
Wait, are you working now for a cartel?
It could be some doctors too.
What?
Bank.
No.
There's quite a lot of people that like cocaine.
Well, I'm just saying, like an organization that's looking at a small town and seeing how it operates really likes cocaine.
No. It's more in
Why
the.
are we talking about the devil's sugar? What's going on here?
No, I thought the devil's
Wait,
sugar
what?
No. Look. You're not gonna get a lot out of me. I'm walking into this blind. I'm new to this whole thing. This whole Fusion phenomena. Did it by accident the first time. So I'm just kind of in the same boat as all of you, trying to figure out what's going on here. I'm here for the ride.
Oh, speaking of rides, I suppose I can fit another person into my car.
Oh yeah,
you have a car. You have a phone, so that puts you ahead of most of us.
Yeah, I probably need to call someone up regarding the mortgage.
Well, you are going to the bank.
I was gonna say that was actually part of the reason to go back to the bank. It was about the housing situation. I gotta fill out those papers. Oh shit, the papers. I probably still have those on me.
Well,
I'd hope so. Otherwise, you're going to have to fill out more papers. The banks don't like giving out extras.
Where would you have put them if they're not on you?
You saw that corn dog?
I think I handed that over to our friend, our crazy friend.
yeah, Harry.
Yeah, Harry now has the corn dog.
The husky.
Praise be, corn dog.
Well, I would say about this time you should be heading out of the woods and into the parking lot. Or not parking lot, the Rogers farm.
Mm-hmm.
Seems that he's still not come back home yet, so congratulations there. Don't have to explain that. Yet.
What, explain why we have an extra person here? We told them we were coming here.
Yeah, but like your non-answer. Or
What?
you don't
I
have
couldn't
to.
figure out why his crops died within the last 2 hours after I started looking?
Yes.
I don't feel like I'm gonna have to explain that at all.
All right.
We suspect foul play.
As in the chickens got involved? Oh no.
Science takes time. I can't get a testing kit sent out in the matter of an hour and then have it back. Anyway,
Yes.
so I guess we're all going to get into the car and head to our inevitable doom.
Well, do you not want to then?
Yeah, I'm fine
pretty sure I
going
made
towards
it
my doom.
clear about how Nicholas feels when it comes to Margaret and being around her.
You speak of imminent doom. Are you afraid that she's going to hurt you?
I mean, she doesn't like us. We're going into her place of power, and she's already shown she has some sort of mastery over, like, space magic.
Do you want to like drop by a gun store on the way, or?
I don't think shooting her would help.
Or bringing a gun into the bank.
I don't know. Just whatever.
Do the bank have metal detectors when we were in it before?
Yes.
Damn.
That's cool.
I mean,
Yeah, no, let's all strap up with guns and go into the bank then.
they wouldn't just have like your old TSA level metal detectors at the front door, but obviously anything going back into the vaults and stuff like that, you're gonna have a security detail there.
I'll be honest, I don't know why my brain went instantly to gun store. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Well, we've established that Gemma has no sense of the law. So immediately going to the most illegal option seems a bit fair in character.
Feature. It's a feature.
No.
If you don't like me pointing out your stereotypes, stop being them.
What do you mean? I'm not
it's
making
just
any
the most.
stereotypes.
It's just the most efficient way. You disregard the law and you do the right thing.
As it turns out, you can get away with a lot of stuff if you have no scruples.
Listen,
Exactly.
I'm just saying the only law that matters is the Lord's law. Amen.
Something about thou shalt not kill in there.
Well, they never said anything about.
Self-defense. Except in self-defense.
I don't
They never
think
said
that's
anything.
part of that.
No, they never said anything on the subject of kneecaps. So hey.
Ooh, fair point.
Oh no.
He didn't say turn the other kneecap. You're right. Well, then is there going to be anything before going to the bank? Or are you going to avoid the bank?
Well, I gotta head back there anyway to get some paperwork put in, so I'm gonna go there eventually, guys. That's my vote.
I want to go to the bank.
I do need to explain what happened to Margaret, so yeah.
Goddamn democracy. Curse being in America.
What else were you gonna be?
I don't know, but if I was fascist, I'm the one that owns the car, so... But I suppose we can go to the bank. It probably won't end in our doom. It is still bank hours, so she'll probably won't, I don't know, drop an anvil on us or something.
I doubt it.
I don't know, she's becoming cartoonishly evil.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't know. It's like if it's... Well, hold on. Could I handle an anvil?
Good point.
I mean, it would require almost superhuman strength.
You mean something I have specifically shown?
Yeah?
But you'd have to get the spell off in the time it was falling on you, and...
Mm-hmm.
It might be a
Maybe you
difficult
should
roll,
Hulk
but...
out before we go into the bank.
Well,
hold
well,
on,
I mean,
hold on.
you do also have the ability to manipulate forces, though.
Do I? Yes.
Yeah.
What about it?
Does she?
Oh yeah, we should
You
probably
might be able to change the speed at which it is falling.
Wait, what? What do you mean
Well,
I can do that?
Well, actually, I've got a couple of thoughts on that. Hold on, we got to powwow a second here about what our specialities are.
You guys are going to be very prepared for any anvil fall, is what I'm getting.
I'm glad someone is, because I'm pretty sure I can't do shit against
I
it.
I heard anvil falling and how Gemma can handle it, and I'm like, wait a minute, how could that work?
Just wait until she instead pulls out the 2D replaceable hole, and she just throws the hole under you instead with that Wile E. Coyote device instead.
Oh, gosh.
Hold up. I'm pretty sure that with Correspondence 3, I could start to do stuff like that. So wait a
Yeah.
minute.
You're gonna be driving, turn
Wait.
into the bank, and it's just gonna be painted onto a rock wall.
Classic. You don't know how many people Margaret has done that to.
It's the perfect crime.
But yeah, what are you talking about, Mr. New York man?
So, what I'm trying to say here is, okay, if we're being open and honest with each other and giving a general overview of our specialities, I happen to be pretty good at getting from one place to another. If you get my drift, he just winks at you.
Okay,
I'm
understandable.
the
You're gonna
one with the
walking. I
car.
can do that too.
No. Look, where we're going, we don't need cars. Well, actually, we probably do need a car. It would be more normal to do it that way, but you know.
You see as Gemma's eyes light up and she goes, "We're going on a plane?"
Well, about that.
Pretty sure my father has the plane at the moment.
I'm sorry. Wait, what? You have one?
Just one.
He does travel
Just
a
the
lot.
one.
Point is, I've been trying to learn a couple of things, up to and including. If I've seen a place before, it's more than likely I'll be able to get back there. You get my drift?
Sure. And
I-
how many
I-
of us can you take with you?
Precisely look at my, the rule book. Hold on.
Wait, wouldn't we just be able to walk with him? I'm confused.
Yeah, I was gonna say, usually when I'm walking back to a place, I can take anybody with me. Like,
Yeah, I don't understand.
I need to double check the literal rules for this.
Mm-hmm.
Mage
worries, no worries.
Ascension,
The
20th anniversary.
mm-hmm.
Give me a second. I'm having a fun time attempting to find this. There it is. Okay.
Reminds me, I should probably pull up my copy of the PDF.
Oh, it's good to have. Yeah. Okay.
Spheres, correspondence,
Mhm.
teleportation.
Yippers. Shoot, where are you? Crap. What page number is that on? Just double checking.
I'm on 524.
All right, yeah, I'm way behind. There we go. Thank you. I want to make sure I understand my abilities as well.
Got data connections.
Oh, hold on, wait. Oh, you're looking at the tech version of that, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that. I would love to be part of the technocracy and instantly
512.
cause this. Yeah.
513. 513. There you go.
Yeah, looks like
Pure
3
space,
dots to
open
open
link.
gates.
Yep.
I'm right there.
Oh, says as long as they're alone and lightly encumbered.
Yes. Otherwise, you need 4 to rend space. And
nothing- Right.
And to pass patterns through, you would have to have, life, mind, or matter to go with that correspondence.
Yes. So far I've got correspondence with time, so I got some fun stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
But currently, okay. Ethan's actual answer after pondering it for a second, he says, "Well, to be honest, I've never really tried doing more than one, but I'm pretty sure I'm not quite there yet. I got a ways to go."
So if we get locked in some sort of falling cage device, you can
I'll
get
be-
out before the laser sharks get us.
Oh yeah, no, I'll be totally fine. You guys, we got to fight your own way out. Or I just hit the button that stops the laser shocks from coming out. You know, that's how it usually works.
That will be plan 1.
Problem
Yes.
solving.
Yeah. And well, I could, if nothing else, I could go take a look over at Margaret Thatcher over there before we have to deal with her.
What? Oh, yes.
Actually, that's a great question. Io,
Yeah.
with my time 2 and correspondence 3, would I be able to take a look at a space I've already been in before? Or is that a little outside of scope?
That makes sense to me. You've already been there before, but you don't
Mhm.
have a whole lot of sympathy built up with it to
True,
say.
I've only been there once, and I have paperwork, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have anything with you from that place on your person?
Yeah, I've got the mortgage paperwork.
Okay, that could be a little bit helpful if it's part of your magic ritual.
Or we could keep this simple. Oh, sorry, in character. Or we could keep this simple and just head over there and say hello and see what she has to say. She's probably gonna read you out. She doesn't know about me yet.
That is my hope that by bringing you along, she'll be too flustered to kill the rest of us.
Well, good. I have an extra bag of hit points for you. Fantastic.
So it's settled?
Seems to be.
All right. So.
And we got through that without actually answering his question, which is great.
Perfect. I'm just trying to figure out what you can freaking do.
Oh,
don't know what you
I can see weaknesses. Would you like me to find yours?
I think I already know what I got to talk to my therapist about later. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not talking emotional ones. I'm talking physical.
You know, you're just going to pull out that cleaver and point at his neck again, are you?
Well, I mean, the cleaver really helps to find them.
Yes, the jugular vein, and the heart, and the brain. Such hard to find weaknesses in people.
Yes. Let me show you a demonstration. Swing.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You never really know until you try.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they could also have
swear.
like a vascular problem.
Yes, the lungs, the hidden weakness of the body.
That's a pulmonary issue.
It's like the water balloons of the body.
Well,
Hopefully not filled with water.
after a short and absolutely chock full of paranoia about the things going on ride to the bank, I'm going to need you guys to make me a perception awareness check upon arriving to the bank.
Oh my god!
At difficulty 8.
Difficulty 8. Gotcha. And a roll.
Perception awareness, he said.
Mhm.
I got 2. For a guy with glasses, I can see pretty well.
Double checking again. I'll get used to this eventually. DP mod, I keep the same, or
DP
No.
mod would be 0.
okay. Difficulty, there it is. Thank you. I got a success.
I got
All right.
nothing.
So everyone but Anthony can realize that there is something surrounding the bank.
Mhm.
There's an aura, so to say, emanating from the building. It's sort of like a dome around it. You can't physically see anything. You just sort of feel that there is a presence over the bank right now.
Is it? Did she really paint a hole on the air and we're gonna run into it? I was joking about that.
No. The ground outside is actually a spring trap, and it's going to launch you a mile into the air when you step on it.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Mm-hmm. But no,
It
you
gets
just
you that, despair before you die.
from those successes. That's what you know right now. There is a feeling that something is sort of veiled over the bank right now.
Are we sure we want to go in there?
That whole.
Yeah, why not? I walk up to the door.
Oh, okay.
Does
Now,
he disintegrate or something?
I if I remember correctly, none of you have any ongoing effects right now, correct?
Ongoing effects.
None on me.
No.
I don't
Alright.
think so. They would have all run out by now.
Mm.
I was debating on buffing myself, but nah. I'm wanting to have an actual candid conversation.
All right. Then Anthony proceeds through the doorway. Nothing happens other than, there's a receptionist there. Oh, yes, Mr. DeLuca, I believe it was. Margaret said that she was waiting for you. It's going to be down in meeting room 2.
Oh, well, thank you. Come on, guys. I can't keep this door open, like...
Didn't break the door either. That's out of character. I mutter as I walk through.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan will step through. Sure. Gemma. Gemma, the door.
Gemma just stares at the sun like a chicken in a
Gemma
rainy
just
sky.
e-pose.
Trying to talk. Please let me open the door.
You all come through the door, and the receptionist says, wait a moment. Boop! And she gets on the phone with the speaker. Miss Margaret, there are 4 guests here. I believe you said 3. Is that correct? You hear a muffled voice come from the other side. Just a second.
Ethan's just
Could you-
flipping through the paperwork, looking at it with his pen, just like grimacing at it.
One moment, please. There might have been miscommunication here for just a second.
What the hell is an APR?
Look out the left. You'll see the rolling hills of Wisconsin.
Oh, whenever you sign up for a loan or anything like that, they have the annual percentage rate.
Look, I'm no accountant. All I want to do is pay the money and get the home.
Do you have the money in cash?
Yeah, I've got the option.
Then I'd suggest buying in cash. It's much less complicated.
She picks up the receiver. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. All right. Right away, ma'am. All right, you all are free to proceed on through. Just go down to the left. The meeting room will be right there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Have a great day. Thanks for choosing Pleasant Valley First Bank.
Oh, before we head down, do you have any complimentary coffee? I need to top up.
Oh, of course. We always have it right over there.
Alrighty. And Ethan's gonna head straight on over, take his thermos mug, and just
Glug,
Just-
glug, 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 glug.
drinks 2 cups and takes 2 with him.
I'm going to hurry to the meeting room.
The coffee tastes a little bit
Same.
burnt. It's probably the same brew that's been there since you were there that morning, and it's just been sitting on those heating pads forever.
Yeah, makes sense.
Basically, my
Quality.
thought is I want to be in the meeting room before Ethan walks in.
Oh,
I mean, I think you'll
it's
manage
gonna
that.
happen.
Same.
You guys arrive at the meeting room.
I'm gonna hang out with Ethan, as it is rude to leave our new friend all by himself.
Oh my god.
Well, Anthony and Gemma walk down
We're
the
splitting
hallway.
the party.
And in this hallway there are 2 doors. There's one on the left and one on the right. One on the right is meeting room 1. The one on the left is meeting room 2. There aren't any windows to the room. It is just a flat corridor. And the door has one of those rectangular handles on it. And it is a push door. Who
I'll
goes
open
in
it.
first? All right. I need you to make another perception awareness check for me. This time, it will be difficulty 9.
Okay. I'm amazing at this, so yeah, this is going to be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I am still happy I am not botching.
All right. You open the door, and you can see it's a pretty run-of-the-mill meeting room. There's a large table in the middle with a business phone on it. It just kind of looks like almost like one of those big wireless routers. It's just used as a speakerphone for everyone in the room. You can see that there's a projector hanging from the ceiling pointing at the wall where there's a pull down God, what are they called? Little tarp thing. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a projector screen over there. You can also see that there are some business casual pictures on the wall of like a lake with some ducks. Looks like an oil painting. There's some trees in the fall. Your standard fare business decorations. And sitting on the far side of the desk is Miss Margaret, who is typing away at a little laptop in front of her with her glasses down, and without even looking at you, she says, yes, come in, sit down.
I will go as close to her as I can, and as far away from the door as possible.
Okay.
I will sit across. Well, I'm assuming this is like a rectangular kind of setup with like Margaret at the head of the table, correct? Or
Yes.
yeah, I'll
Precisely.
sit across from Anthony then.
When you walk in through the door, can you also make for me that perception awareness check at difficulty 9?
Of course. I have it prepared right here. Oh my.
Mm-hmm. You're fine?
Oh,
-1.
Ethan and Nicholas?
we should probably enter behind them.
Yeah. Coffee's done. I know you were chugging that down. Well, I guess Margaret, looking at the ajar door, and looks up from her computer and sees only the nun and the baker. And where is the third?
I think there's coffee.
He is the son of the wealthiest man in town, and he has to scrape up my free coffee at the front lobby.
No, he's not the one doing that.
Maybe Ethan can dramatically nudge the door open with his foot.
Oh no! Right? Why right now?
All right, I need you to make the roll for me. A perception awareness at difficulty 9, please.
Difficulty 9. I also got a -1. Seems normal.
Yep. Everything is just fine. And good old Nicholas, do you enter the room as well? Or are you just going to sit in the lobby?
No, I will reluctantly follow after Ethan. And
Hey.
damn.
Wow.
All right, Nicholas. As you enter into the room, when your foot goes through the threshold, very slightly, you feel like it almost like there was a vacuum to the room, and you get slightly pulled into it. It's not heavy. It's not like you got pushed in there or like yanked in there. It just felt like, you just sort of fell into the room a bit quicker than one would expect. Almost like you like when you reach the bottom of the steps and you expect there to be another step, you kind of just land in there a little bit faster. Kind of like that feeling.
Anything like the feeling I had when we were back in the woods and going through that spatial anomaly?
It's sort of reminiscent of that.
Sort of reminiscent of that?
Yeah, it's not exactly the same thing. It's certainly not nearly as dramatic as that, but you could say it's pretty similar to it.
And I immediately turn around and stick my hand back out the door to make sure it will go.
Yes, when you do put your hand back out the door, you feel sort of the other feeling of that. It's almost like there was a little bit of resistance, but your hand goes through.
Okay. Well, that's certainly concerning.
I assure you it is nothing to be concerned about, although I'm sure you don't believe me.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Right. Would you please? There's a
I'll
lot to
shut
discuss.
the door, I assume.
Yes.
You got some great coffee over there in the lobby, by the way. Good stuff. Oh, by the way, I got this mortgage application I gotta turn in.
Well, you're quite an expressive one. Do remind me, who are you?
Oh, yeah, me. No, Ethan Gardner. I was here earlier with the paperwork.
I have so many tellers taking care of transactions all day. I'm not going to stand like a hawk over their shoulders and notice every single incident that comes through. I am excited at the prospect of another member joining the town, though. However, it's a bit of a troubling moment for the town, which is why I needed to speak with you all in the first place. Now, I assume since you've brought along another friend of yours, I assume that this is someone else who's caught up in the tomfoolery you're caught up in?
He was apparently eavesdropping on everything you did and said over at the farmer's market, and was planning to spy on the meeting anyway, so I figured we'd just bring him along.
Yeah, I don't know
And-
this man. I like his funny accent, but I don't know
And-
if we're friends.
Yeah, he was eavesdropping on you, but then we were able to just listen in on his conversation of everything he was going to do. So here we
She
are.
takes her glasses off, gets the chain off of her neck, folds them down, and places it in front of her in front of the laptop. Then rests her elbows on the table with her fingers to a point. So you're telling me this man was eavesdropping on us, and your idea was to bring him to our private meeting.
That
He
was
said when
Nicholas's
he was
idea. Yes.
planning to spy on it through some sort of other means anyway, yes, I figure you'd want to be more aware of what was going on as opposed to not.
I thought you'd like to meet him in person.
It was Nicholas's idea.
She raises a hand to the bridge of her nose and begins rubbing between her eyes and the nose. And you thought you couldn't simply give the bank a call and tell me about this information instead of bringing him along?
I'm afraid I don't have your ability to pop note cards out of thin air. You seem allergic to phone calls sometimes, so.
I mean, I could, but like standing right next to him the whole time, it would have been really awkward conversation.
I don't have a
Right.
phone.
Oh my god. All right. Well, Ethan.
Yep.
What is it that you want to know then? I have a fairly good understanding of these three jokers over here, but you seem to be a new specimen in town, and if you're looking to make this a residency, it'd be nice for me, before we continue, to get a good idea of who you are.
Well, I'm just a guy. So, okay, let me elaborate.
Yes, please elaborate quite a bit more than that.
A very certain set of individuals was very interested in knowing more about the town, something disturbances, something weird spiritual activity. And so they sent me in to take a look at things.
Excuse
They
me.
wanted me to hang out for a little bit.
Please. That is extremely concerning to me. You're telling me that there are people with an interest in this town that know that there are things going on within it.
They were pretty vague about it, all things considered.
That's slightly reassuring. And I assume you're not going to be forthright with this group, this collective.
Good game question.
Well, I see that
Actual-
they've not sent their brightest and their best, so perhaps this is not a priority mission for them. In that case, are you here to help? I assume if you're with this group that seems to hold themselves in high moral regards, then maybe you too find yourself in those shoes.
Look, before this, I was just doing the job. Before all of this stuff happened. Now I'm doing the job, but it's a little bit more fantastical. I don't see much of a difference there.
Sounds like you don't actually want to be here then.
No? Wait, what? No. That's
No?
not what I'm saying at all. I'm here for the adventure. I'm sure as hell getting it.
Ah. Well, that is at least a motivation that I can understand. As for the rest of you, I know that Mr. Bassett here is looking to perhaps find himself a lovely place to keep his business going, be close to his family, to his childhood home. Is that a correct assessment of your goals?
Short-term ones, yes. Reinvigorating the town that I grew up in,
Mm.
helping the people.
And Mr. DeLuca, you have a new business that you're going to be opening, and I'm sure you're looking for all the most wonderful, bountiful fruits of your labor to be paid off.
I mean, absolutely, I would as a business owner, but for me, I'm just trying to get away from everything that was before.
Was before.
Yeah, before moving here.
There's something that you're running from?
I mean, most people do tend to run from their past if they aren't proud of it or happy with choices that have been made.
Or incapable of resolving it? Were you in over your head, boy?
Ooh.
A little, but not to the point that I thought that I was ended up being in.
Hmm. And so now you've scurried away to this little corner of the world to hopefully hide from that?
Hide until I learn more about what it is.
Hmm. So, that leaves us now with you, Miss Linguini.
Yes.
I must say, I'm not exactly sure what your motivations are. From everything I've heard, at least from Father Andrews, who always has very much to tell, it's simply that you are a vagrant, a member of the church that's been handed off to him. And you've made yourself quite useful to him, so he says, helping out a
Uh,
lot.
yes, I try my best to be helpful and do what is right.
So, what are your motivations? Why Pleasant Valley? I'm sure there's plenty of places all over the nation that someone could move to help out. What draws you to Pleasant Valley, Gemma?
I I was sent a sign here by divine prominence.
Oh, of course. Of course it's the divine. Would you care telling me what this sign was? Because I get the strong feeling that it's going to be connected to the problems facing this town.
It was a vision of a girl and a sign, the sign of this town.
If I were to make a wild guess as to which girl that was, do you think I would be correct in maybe the first guess?
Perhaps, although I don't see the importance of it.
Of course, you wouldn't see it. But I do. And with that, she puts her glasses back on, flips the chain over her neck, and rests them on her nose, and then reaches down next to her. And can you all give me a perception alertness at difficulty 7?
Is this where she pulls out the gun and shoots us instead?
No, I guess you'll have to make the roll, won't you?
This is perception alertness, you said.
Perception alertness this time,
Oh,
correct?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Oh, whoa, that's a different thing.
Yes.
You said difficulty 7.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, perception.
I'm a little
Oh.
better at this.
I need 2 more dice for this. Uh-oh, wait a second.
You can set up different dice pools.
Yeah. You change the pool each time.
Yes, I screwed it up by using the wrong one. Hold on. Ah, jeez. Sorry. Perception. Alertness. I'm actually better at this. At 7, you said?
Yep. It's fine.
There we go. Same result.
All right. Everyone but Ethan, notices that whenever she moves her hand up to her face, she has a little glass of liquid in her hand now, and you're very certain it wasn't on the desk the moment before she made that gesture. Ethan, you do notice it's in her hand, but you don't necessarily put two to two, one and one together there, that it wasn't there always. You just think, oh, maybe, that was always there or something.
Something. She's probably palming it. I don't know.
Yeah. She picks it up and gives the glass a little swirl. You can hear the clink of ice in it. It's a soft yellow color, and she takes a sip and then puts the glass back down on the table, and the condensation on it begins to roll down and drip onto the meeting board table. Well, I don't see how any of you need to stay here in Pleasant Valley. It seems like any of you could find your purpose in life elsewhere. So I'm here to cut you a deal. I'm willing to provide... At least let me lay out my terms, Mr. Bissett. I know you're a man of business as much as your father was. I'm sure we can make this deal enticing. I need you to just relocate yourself. I wish you no harm, but things are not going to go well in Pleasant Valley if you all remain here. So I just need you to find another place to live. We can cancel the loans, any debts. If you have property problems, I can make all of that go away. I will give you a nice fresh start, a little very generous offer to help you when you're moving, and you can go to another town over, somewhere else that's nice and quiet nearby, so that if you need to visit your residence, I understand that. You have a lot of childhood memories here, and you want to be close by. However, I just need this town to return to its nice, calm, quiet state, and having a bunch of fledgling mages show up in this town is almost certainly going to throw that into whack, no matter your intentions, as politely as I can put it. Anthony, you want to have a successful bakery. This town is not going to be the place for it. It's not going to be sustainable. Unless every single person eats nearly every meal here, I'm not sure how that could even work. And Gemma, you clearly have a gift and people look up to you and your bright, charming smile, she says with a wince, and you can see it pains her to say that. You clearly could help a much stronger congregation in a town that is more illed with sin. And Ethan, you're looking for adventure, but this town is very quiet, and it needs to remain that way. And if you're looking for adventure, well, if things go well here, there won't be anything to adventure for, so maybe you should return to your people and see if you can find something a bit more exciting in your pace.
I appreciate the structured takedown of all our reasons of being here, but you're kind of making it sound more enticing the more you talk.
I don't know what to tell you. Sure, there are other places I could be. However, I've been told I need to be here. And unless you can give me a really good reason why I should be somewhere else, I don't see why I should leave here. And monetary reasons do not exactly sway me.
They certainly don't sway me. I'm pretty sure I can outbid you, Margaret.
Ooh. That's a power move there.
However, to be fair, and as much as it pains me to say so, I do believe that you are missing a couple points. We did find out that this dragon you have in the middle of the farmer's market, I believe he was called... Oh, no, I don't actually have that down. Never mind.
If you want me to,
The
I can
Dragon of
remind you.
Harvest.
If you would have remembered it, I can tell you what it was.
It was a hard to pronounce name, but I
It's
thought I
the
had written down.
Thum-
I have the Chiba watch.
Chemical?
Thymcal.
Chemical.
Thymical.
Chemical?
Yeah, chemical.
Gotcha. Thymmical, the dragon of the harvest, is in real bad shape due to your protections of this town, we've been told. The Chibawats, those little famine spirits, are causing him quite a lot of problems.
That's what those things are called? They're all
I
over the place.
don't want to tell you your business. I try to keep a straight face when I say that. But it seems like you are in need of help. This town is obviously having more problems than you're trying to make out. The spirits of deceased children reawakening in the basements, famine spirits and dragons, possible things happening in the woods that you don't want us to know about. I don't believe you're going to be able to keep this all together on your own. And perhaps you could use some extra hands around here.
Why, that was not exactly the dressing down I was expecting. I would like to remind you that before your arrival here, that none of this was happening. There was no, what did you call it? Chibawats? There was...
You're telling me that the famine spirits only showed up in such numbers in what, the week I've returned?
I'm telling you that it was in order prior to the arrival of you three, and depending on how long you've been here, perhaps for. I was aware that there were issues, but those had sprung up years ago, and they'd been dealt with. However, it is my presumption that it is the return of a certain mage's magic to this town that has reignited certain issues in it. Miss Linguini, I believe that dear girl has left you with a bit of a gift of hers. It seems to be infused with the stench of her particular will working, is it not?
Okay, first off, I'm not a fan of your choice of word of stench. I would use perfume. Second off,
Heavy eye rolling.
why did I say that?
Why do you say half the things you say, Gemma?
I don't know, like that's what comes to my mind.
Kind of gathering that your mouth moves faster than your brain sometimes. It's all right.
Are
It's a
you
little bit,
insinuating that Gemma's book is a trap planted by Josephine, causing all these problems?
As much as I would love to sit here and ponder over all the different ways that it could be that, I can only tell you exactly what has happened. She arrived with that book, and then suddenly this spirit in the farmer's market began to awaken and cause some issues. I have repeatedly had to make several trips out there to try to keep it in check, but due to the nature of it, it usually requires me to clear everyone out. And that is upsetting business quite a bit. It's upsetting the farmers, and it's certainly upsetting me. And on top of that, yes, I do know that there's some other collection of small spirits out there that aren't helping matters either. However, those didn't seem to be here either prior to Miss Gemma's arrival. Now, not only did I have to deal with that, but not but a week later, there's now possessed objects crawling out of the woods and finding their way into town. And they seem to be, once again, attracted to either Gemma or this book. Not exactly pin that down. However, all these roads point to your presence in this town being an issue. And the rest of you are contributing this and making my life a little bit more frustrating. If you can appreciate my perception on this.
No,
Look,
hold on. I've
I
had
just
this
got
book
here.
for a while. Before I even came to this town, and not once have I ever met a spirit since before I came here. So if you're saying the book has something to do with it, I'm not seeing it.
I would like to offer that maybe you're looking at coincidence. and taking it as fact.
Or Josephine has set us up as some sort of distraction for you, as she personally causes trouble in town.
Listen here, Nicholas, you shut your mouth.
I'm thinking it's more likely that, as odd as the circumstances is, that we were all drawn to be here. And that book might be needed to actually help the town. And that without it being here, this would all have happened anyways. And everything that you set up to protect it wouldn't have been enough.
I would have to disagree. My experience, one does not need to know the passage of time and to will work around the folds and curves that it takes you on to see that when a rock lands in a lake, the ripples of water will spread out from there. And mages always seem to find themselves in these situations where a whole bunch of new mages collect together and seem to solve a problem. It's been a tale nearly as old as time now. It is not just simply coincidence. It does tend to be a fate. However, that does not mean that it is always a good thing. And sometimes you need to avoid those gatherings. You might be drawn here because of someone else's will looking to cause mischief. And for right now, I'm not seeing a good reason for it. It seems like all of you have been pulled here by various other means. Anthony's trying to escape harm. Gimma's been told to come here and is chasing after some thing that's been led onto her. And Ethan's just been directed here by some course of shadowy people with some agenda on their mind. The only one here, I think, with a truly good reason to stay is Mr. Bassett, considering his family's from here, and even then I would have to wonder if there's been some toiling there by someone in the shadows. And it's clearly not me, so it's someone that I am in competition with for sure. Do you understand me at least?
And understand your concerns.
So,
I
Wait.
do not want harm to come to this town. However, I don't believe your way is going to lead to that outcome.
then what do you suggest the answer is, Mr. Bassett?
As I said before, perhaps you should make use of the extra talents you have here. If we just leave, are you certain you can keep everything under control if our presence isn't what's causing it?
If I am correct, then absolutely. Of course the outlier there is. If I'm incorrect, then I'll be in the same situation regardless. You have to appreciate that if I have a bunch of fledgling mages hanging around town trying to solve problems, that could end up creating even larger problems. As we saw, the dragon, as you called it, seemed to have brought harm. It seemed to have eaten some crops and other things. That's not a behavior I've seen it do for a long time. And I have been able to contain it up until this most recent outburst that it had. And I do feel for poor Roger. I know he's been struggling, and I don't want to see harm come upon him, especially if it were to draw attention. Sudden withering of crops seems to, get noisy. People don't
Happen to
like to see
know
that.
a homeless man with a cart named Harry.
It does not sound familiar to me. Why do you bring this up?
Oh, he was the one that mentioned the dragon, its name, what's happening with it. He seemed very knowledgeable on the subject. And
She
very
slams her
friendly with
fists
it.
down on the table and once again peels her glasses off. You're telling me there is a fifth mage in this town?
One that seems to have been in this town for a long time, in fact.
She she wakes her laptop up from sleep and begins typing into it. Gosh, unbelievable. And what? Harry, homeless man.
He's pretty cool.
Well, apparently he was very forthright with some information, so he might be of help. Is he also a fledgling mage? Did he just recently awaken himself?
I have no idea, though he didn't seem fledgling, as you put it.
Hmm.
Ethan, you were talking to him.
Yeah, no, I just met him like a couple hours ago.
Well, then I guess that rules out you being the catalyst for any of these changes if you've only been here but for a few hours. Right. Then, I presume this means that we don't have a deal. You
I
seem...
will not speak for anyone else, but I'm not going to be driven out of my own hometown.
Yes, you seem pretty insistent on getting us out of here, despite not really having any particular proof about the situation.
Proof?
Well, actually, yeah, no. One second here. Hold on. So you're saying that all these issues have been happening for what, a couple weeks now?
Yeah. Simply put, for the past 2 weeks, things have been stirring up here, and I'm beginning to worry that it's going to swell into a storm of magical proportions. And that's going to bring a lot of notice to this town, and that is precisely the kind of thing I am trying to avoid.
Well, hold on. If you give me about 1 second to sort of double check a couple of things here and verify some information, uh, we could check and see if that's true, right?
In what way?
If you give me some time, I've been doing a little bit of learning. I'm sort of thinking I could probably take a look at a couple of spots we've been in today, see if any weirdness has been going on in particular. And, you guys, he points to the rest of the group. Any places of weirdness in particular you want to take a look at? Verify what's been going on, see if it's just been this bad and Miss Bank over here hasn't been aware of it? No offense, just saying. Trust but verify, you know? It's what they do in business. You're so hell bent on getting us out of here, but you're not giving us the time of day. But we're saying we're trying to help, or at least they're trying to help. And look, I'm trying to put an effort forward too. So, if you
Mr.
give us a minute,
What was the last name?
Gardner.
Mr. Gardner. While I try to appreciate your perception on this matter, the truth is that I've been in this game for quite a while. And I've got to say that this town, it's taken a bit of pruning here and there, a bit of micromanagement, but I had finally gotten it into a position where things were all right, and we were coasting very smoothly. Then, suddenly, I have a bunch of fresh mages pop into town, and spirits begin stirring up. Now, I know we just talked about the coincidences here, and you know what? There could be things that are going on under my nose. I'm a very busy woman. I have a lot of things going on, and my mind is being split between a couple of different things. So, yes, I will try to be as empathetic to each of you in that you want to help save things, but I can only presume that your presence here will be a continued thorn, not only in my side, but possibly in the side of all the residents here. I have a nice thing going, and you're ruining it. I want you out. And unless you're going to tell me that you know how to solve this problem right here, right now, and we can go take care of it, I really just want you gone. That's pretty much the end of it. And if I can do that politely and without you starting anything, so to say, it would be much better. Because I will not let you get away from this meeting thinking that you can pull one over on me. The only reason that you're not all floating out in space, going to die because you can't breathe, is because I know that Gregory would find out, and then I would have an even bigger problem on my hands. So, please appreciate that before you make your next comments. Now, will you take my offer?
Oh, Jesus, lady, you didn't have to threaten us.
Apparently I did.
Wow.
Listen, I feel like you are having the issue of You are trying to do a lot as one person. However, the thing is, we as people, our greatest strength is our unity. That is why when we decided to build the tower to the heavens, well, someone had to step in. We work really well together. Listen, maybe instead of just trying to get rid of us, you can understand that you can offshoot some of the load onto us so that we can all help to make things better. Because ultimately, that's what we all want. We want to improve the situation.
I can't help but feel that I'm retreading ground here, because you're saying that the result should be to help clear these problems, and I'm giving you the solution. I will help you all find a new place far from Pleasant Valley or near Pleasant Valley, just as long as it's not in Pleasant Valley, and all these problems should be fixed. You'll solve the problem. I don't need help from a bunch of babies getting in trouble in my town. I just need you to leave, and things will be solved. It'll be
I understand
fixed.
that. But following your same logic, a manager would have no employees whatsoever because they could do everything that their employees can do. People require the help of other people at times. It's just how we are.
He's got a point. I was gonna say, if you think you can do it yourself, you're the definition of middle management. And I've met a lot of middle managers.
And have you ever been a middle manager or above?
Oh, why the hell would I want to be?
Precisely, because you're incapable of it, most likely. I'm sure all of you here have no idea what it's like to be in those shoes.
Actually, I do know what it is to run a business.
And
now,
how did it feel when you had to run away from your business then?
when everything was taken from me, people that I cared about, trusted, laughed with, shared meals with, were murdered and slaughtered in front of me.
Well, it sounds like you're not going to be one to be able to wag your finger at me and tell me how bad of a job I'm doing, as she turns to Nicholas and peers at him. Sounds like your style of management didn't work out too well for you, did it?
It's managing a business. It's not my fault a hostile competition came
don't
in.
Give me that bullshit. It's not your fault. Then who are you responsible for? You think if some group of mages came into this town and started things that I wouldn't be responsible for protecting it after setting myself up as such? At least then I would own up to my failures. Seems like you're running from not only the fear, but also from your own part in it.
While the business was mine, the organization was not.
You're only seeming to stress my need to get you all out of here. However, I don't want it to result to violence. So, let's try to strike a deal then. What would be your terms for staying here? Because I want you gone, but I need you to know that above all else, we cannot have eyes on this town. If you must remain here, and I can't get rid of you quietly, then at least we can live together in some form of harmony that is quiet. So no matter what we reach to as an agreement here, I have to have you know that if you make this place popular, if it trends on the internet, if something goes viral from here, and we suddenly have people coming in from out of town and being snooping around, everything will go to shit. It cannot come to that. So regardless of anything else, if you want to stay here, that will be my ultimatum. You cannot, under any circumstance, put Pleasant Valley on the map.
I understand that. However, we need to realize that curiosity is a insidious killer. Maybe you don't have to give us the full truth, but maybe give us a taste of why. Show us the gravity of the situation.
Considering how loose your lips have been so far, I highly doubt you are capable of keeping that information to yourself. I simply cannot express why this is important until you can at least muster some amount of confidence in me that it won't immediately come dribbling out of your mouth the moment Father Andrews asks you what you've been doing today.
That is, I believe, very fair and understanding.
Yes, that's fair.
On top of that, what would allow me to stay or want me to stay? Yes, I want a successful bakery. I want to bring happiness through food to the people of this town. Something better than just McDonald's. On top of that, I want to care for the people of this town, which means I don't want to just manage the problems so that they're not considered a problem. I do want problems solved. But, as you have pointed out, we don't have the experience or the knowledge. That is why I do want to work with you.
Mr. Bissett?
You put me in a bit of a position, as my goals were to make the town, revitalized, help out all the people here, stop it from dying, and you seem to demand the opposite of that.
I don't wish to kill this town, if that's what you're implying.
Yet we can't bring any new people in, we can't have any sort of news coverage. What do you think the coverage would be if I set up my shop here and people from all over the world start coming in? That was my entire plan to revitalize the town, was to make it a more popular place. So there's more business and money coming through here, getting new injections of blood in people.
Then I believe
Otherwise, people are just going to age and die, and the town is going to go away.
there's enough families still living in Pleasant Valley that it won't completely fall off. It is still necessary for my aims to keep this town around. It would be, well, I'll leave it at that. I'm not looking to have this town completely wiped off the map, nor for it to turn entirely into a ghost town, but leaving it at a small population is much more manageable. It's calm, it's quiet, there's not a lot of fuss going on, you don't have big names coming through. It's manageable.
How about this? Since it seems that some clarification could help both me and Nicholas. How about we draft a contract? Whatever you tell us about what's actually going on remains confidential, and if it doesn't, well, I'm sure your magic could figure out some way to punish us for that. Perhaps banish us for good.
My concern is that if at some point we reach that level of notoriety that I fear, my last concern will be about punishing you. I will have so many more things on my plate to deal with that tying up that sort of loose end will be inconsequential. There are things that need to remain quiet and secret in this town. And I am very concerned that your continued existence here puts that in jeopardy. But, as I said, reluctantly, I can't just snap my fingers and make this problem go away without making more. So, please, listen. We will draft this contract. It will be done to the full standards of whichever guild or whatever requirements that you have to hold us accountable to it. if you believe you can deal with this harvest spirit for me, and we can get it expunged from town or pacified in some way so that it stops disturbing the harvest, or at
That
least the crop cycle, then perhaps we can think about a step 2 where you remain in town and keep things quiet as the silent vanguard of whatever kooky magical nonsense would come our way. How does that sound?
that that sounds agreeable. I am wanting to look into that situation further anyway.
Ethan, would that fulfill your appetite for adventure?
Potentially, yeah.
And Anthony, does that work into your business strategy? I know you're not yet open, so perhaps you can get this all wrapped up with a nice bow on top before your grand opening.
Well, that would be ideal.
Wouldn't it? And
And what
Nicholas,
if the best outcome is to not keep the dragon sedated or what you have it?
as
It
long
is supposedly a harvest spirit in charge of the region. Is it possible that keeping it where it is causing more harm than good in the long term?
perhaps. To be frank, the meddling of spirit creatures wasn't exactly my forte until possibly 10 years ago, when I had to dramatically shift my focus into it in order to clean up some messes from you know who. As it turns out, I wasn't exactly concerned with matters of the spirit. There were a lot of other things that my projects were focused on. And then the introduction of this young mage, her awakening, and all of the chaos that it brought forced me to put some of those projects on hold to learn an entirely different realm of magic just to clean up those messes. So yes, perhaps I don't have the most clear and clairvoyant view of spiritual matters, and you could probably find some other answer. In short, I'm just saying it is an issue right now. I had it contained before you were here. You are now here and it's a problem, and I want you gone. But if you're saying you can fix it and become Pleasant Valley's little magic police force in the future to keep things like this from happening, we might just be able to have a deal. Does that
I
make sense?
can agree that I would like to help the town, and if that's all you're asking, I will agree to it. Believe it or not, if you could prove that our presence here is causing harm to the town, and that leaving would in fact solve everything, I would leave. The last thing I want to do is hurt my own hometown when I came back to save it.
Well, if I were to make any suggestion, I think the first thing I would do is take that little book that Miss Linguini has and quarantine it far away from anything else that's going on in Pleasant Valley, and we could just see if that resolves it. However, I get the strong feeling that she's not going to be all about that idea, is she? And she looks at you and winks.
I mean, I
Mhm.
mean, at least from what I'm seeing. Listen, I don't know if you saw what I saw, what happened earlier, but it seems violently upset by the other spirits. So maybe the problem isn't Thaumical? Is that the right name?
The dragon?
I mean,
yeah.
your pronunciation will be just as correct as any of the other players in this game.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's a bit of a
It's about the
chicken before the
Chibawats.
egg situation. Yeah, it's about the Chiba Watts first. You know, maybe we address those and see what happens. Maybe
Do you
they'll be better.
have some sort of box or something that would block all sort of magical emanations from her book?
I have a way of performing a containment, if that's what you're asking. The method I am going to leave up to your imagination, but it is rather foolproof in my experience.
And how long would you say would be a good amount of time to see if that does help the town?
Well, I
A
would
week?
say, considering the level of activity that we've suffered under for the past 2 weeks, I would love it if I could do an experiment of quarantining that book away for approximately 2 weeks.
Nicholas,
What?
You are here to help people, are you not?
yes, but this.
And I believe a tenet of your religion is self-sacrifice?
Oh, now
Hmm.
you're gonna.
You're the one who always insists that your religion is first and foremost in your heart. Would you be
Yes, but
willing to give up the book for just 2 weeks?
Oh
this
my
is
god. I gotta say, Margaret right now is the biggest shit-eating grin as she takes another sip of her drink.
Oh my god.
Specifically, if we draw up one of those contracts assuring that Margaret will not do anything to your book other than contain it and will return it upon the timeline.
I can assure you, as long as no harm comes to me, that book will remain in pristine condition, no different from the moment it left your hands.
it's, it's like all I have.
The only issue I can see here is if you are wrong about the book. 2 weeks' time, things will become much worse.
Not to mention, in order to use any of the spirit stuff or even see them, I need the book for that.
Excuse me?
Well, it's like how I've seen it with your
Oh,
cleaver and
no.
your notepad.
It's your instrument for spiritual magic work, is it?
That's why 2 weeks would
Yes.
mean that's 2 weeks we can't do anything involving spirits.
Okay, well,
Well, that
here's a good.
does put quite a snag in that idea. It does rather hamstring your ability to do as you requested. Before this, I assume that means none of the rest of you have any efficacy in the spiritual realm?
At the moment, I am purely focused on the living.
And you, Baker?
I'm just really good at seeing weaknesses.
And you, just a guy?
Yeah, no, not exactly the type to know that spirits were even a thing until someone brought it to my attention.
Well, this puts a little bit of disorder into my strategy. Well, if the only way you can interact with the spirits are through the book, and the book is causing more spiritual activity, we have ourselves rather a concerning, positively reinforcing loop now, don't we?
If you're right about it, at least, yeah.
I do always presume that I'm correct. Well then, this is going to be quite a probationary period for you all. I don't have the greatest confidence in you, but I also don't sense malice in you at all. I don't think you would harm this town just to spite me. And hopefully I've made it clear just how necessary it is for things to remain quiet around here. So we'll strike a new bargain then. Instead of quarantining the book for a 2-week period, we give you a probationary 2-week period to get this cleared up. And if things are noticeably quieter in this 2-week period, then, as we said before, you can stay and we'll have significantly less friction between us. However, if in the course of your investigation and potential purification of this problem, not to say that it needs to resort in the murder or whatever would make you cry about this harvest spirit, I don't care. As long as it's pacified in some way, then we'll be fine. But if it's not, we won't be fine. And I will once again need you to leave.
I suppose. Yeah. Okay.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Do I get at least a verbal confirmation from either of you two? Anthony, Nicholas?
To resolve it, what assistance do we get, or is it just us?
I can give you a little information on what I've picked up over the years dealing with this spirit. Other than that, I cannot make any more promises than that. However, I want to make sure we're clear on the terms here before I provide any information. Because otherwise, I want you to leave and not have any more investment in this problem.
I don't think I can agree to that. I have no expertise in spirits. I would basically be leaving this all up to Gimma, and if she can't figure things out with our help in 2 weeks, I'm being kicked out of my own town without even learning why it's so important to keep this quiet.
Perhaps.
Yes, but isn't this a lovely lesson in what Gimma said about trusting other people?
Ugh.
You do realize that neither you nor I follow her idyllic beliefs.
Yes, I've noticed quite a bit through this meeting that you and I share a very common idea about how life and reality works. I did not expect that, Nicholas. Perhaps if you weren't so immediately distasteful towards me, we could have been better friends.
Well, you did threaten to throw me into space, so probably not. But
Yeah.
I will agree to the 2-week period if, even if you don't share with the rest of them, you tell me why it's so important to keep this town quiet and small. I'm not going to take your word for it without hearing specifics for such a big change in my plans in life.
That's understandable. However, I will place an additional addendum onto that one. I will tell you, but it will be in the presence of your father as well.
I will agree to that.
The last thing I would want is for the only other major powerhouse in this town to be fed secondhand information and possibly get the wrong idea.
Understandable.
Well then, shall I draft this up then? Is everyone clear on the terms? Harvest Spirit to be pacified in 2 weeks without causing any mayhem, any increased notoriety in the town. And after that, you will be given a much looser leash on this town. However, if you fail to meet that end, or you bring upon some extra celebrity to the town, then I will be forced to act much more strongly than I have until now. Are we clear?
Crystal.
Yes.
All right.
Agreed.
Got it. Commission's on. Got it. I'm used to this sort of agreement.
Right. She, once again, lowers her glasses down, and this time she takes a swig of the glass, and you see the last bits of the amber-colored liquid inside of the glass go down her throat. She sits it on the table, and then closes her laptop and lifts it up, and beneath it is a paper that seems to be completely written up. And she brings it over and pushes it down the table, and with a small gesture, it sort of floats down to the other side and lands in front of Nicholas. And you can see the paper in much more legalese precisely lays out the terms that you just agreed to, and there are 5 lines for signatures, and hers is already placed and dated on there, signed and printed.
It's impressive. I will. Can I make like an intelligence? I don't have law, unfortunately, which would be really helpful at this
Yeah,
point.
it might be.
Why couldn't have any of us have decided to roll a lawyer?
So, if I did have a rank of law, what would the roll be?
I believe that would be like a wits law roll
Okay.
to parse through the legalese there. Not to play anyone's characters here, but I know there is one person that has the ability to basically pump a stat with a short bit of meditation.
Also, probably use mine to do something with it.
Mm-hmm.
I can use life to up my wits too.
I'll roll wits law.
All right. Do a wits law at difficulty 7 for me.
I will also spend a point of willpower.
All right.
So 2 successes.
Okay. As far as what you can read, the only thing that kind of gives you a hiccup is it says in the failure to meet the terms section, it says that she will relocate you at will with the necessary resources required to make sure that you are able to flourish where it is that you have been relocated to. The wording there makes it seem like she just gets to plop you wherever she wants as long as you can survive. And, well, thrive. So, you're not just like dropped in the middle of the desert with a canteen.
Non-fatally.
Yes.
Yeah, not going to just be put somewhere to die.
So at the end of the term, that could be questionable in your reading of this. However, it still reads as she can't just kill you. She will relocate you somewhere and make sure you can survive there.
Now, see, this seems like a good deal because we don't die.
I mean, it's true. Probably. Unless she can put us, on the moon in some, like, pocket of air and food, and then we just can't get back off the moon.
Yeah, or just, well, you are alive, but now you're in space.
You're thriving in space for a good 30 seconds.
Thereabouts. You can hold your breath for about 3 minutes, apparently. It's a whole thing.
All right.
I saw Cowboy Bebop hold his breath and then jump from spaceship to spaceship.
Yeah. Oh, Cowboy Bebop at his computer, yes. I screwed up on that once. It's horrifying.
What does it say specifically about what we have to do to the dragon? Does it say specifically pacify? Does it say, like...
It doesn't refer to it as a dragon. It says the spiritual phenomenon that is taking place in the town relating to the crops. It needs to be diminished in its impact to Pleasant Valley. Significantly diminished in its
I was gonna
impact
say,
to Pleasant Valley.
like, just diminished? I can work with that.
Yeah, no, we could reduce it by 1% and then we fulfill the contract.
Mm-hmm.
However, the phenomenon is quite a bit broader than I was hoping for.
Mm. You'll, if any of you noticed, she never referred to it as a dragon, other than to say when you mentioned Harry was the one that told you that she said, as he says.
Yes, but my thoughts are that it means we might have to fix the whole fucking famine spirit problem on top of everything else. As it's the phenomenon relating to the crops.
Mm-hmm.
2 friggin' weeks.
Whatever.
Better than getting kicked out.
If it looks like we're not gonna get it to work, then I don't know. I'll call my dad or poison her or something.
Well, hey, wait a minute. That's not.
A plan B.
And it's not against the
Please.
contract.
No.
That is one of the things I was hoping was not be in the contract. Anyway, I'll sign at this
All right.
point.
It's
Guess we do this.
unless it says we can't do something, then it's perfectly okay.
I mean, it didn't say we weren't allowed to come back either. She'd just have to relocate us again, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to find some sort of like spatial anchor amulet or something. Make me change my entire character concept to get around this.
Out of character, that actually is a thing.
I'm sure it is. Like, you can do basically anything you want.
Yeah,
I'm
pretty
sure we
much.
can do that.
Just needs
Anyway.
enough dice rolls and you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Enough dice rolls, enough points in a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna have to get to 4 life soon, though.
And you
Maybe.
pass the contract to someone.
Yeah,
next?
I said that. I said I signed it and handed it over. I didn't say who. I just assumed
Yeah.
someone's next to me.
Ethan's gonna. Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be the pretentious guy who pops down his monogram.
Here, I'll hand him my clipboard so he has something to write on as well.
Just like very carefully with his fine point pen produced from his pocket, just draws his own personal monogram, hands it off.
Does Gemma know how to write?
Yes, I know how to write.
Okay,
Are
just
you
make
sure? You are a poor orphan.
I one of my hobbies is reading books. I know how to write.
Well, I don't know.
Reading
Those
and
are two
writing are
different
not
skills.
the same skill.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
do you mean?
You can
I mean-
read, but can you write?
Yeah, that's like saying I play video games, therefore I know how to make one.
Talk like half of Twitter, but hey.
This is like I know what the letters look like. I don't. Why you bully me?
Because you're so fun to bully. You have the best reactions.
It's true. It's part of the fun.
Anthony doesn't do anything if we try to bully him. He has a cleaver.
Yeah, it's true.
True. He has
I know your weaknesses.
Well,
It's called
If-
being shot.
out of character, I'd be way more afraid of Gemma than any of you right now.
Yes.
It's because
know.
I
I
haven't
don't-
shown my evil side.
Sure, but that's why. I can easily see how Gemma could like Hulk out and kill people. I'm not seeing the life mage doctor doing that. The baker kind of, but he doesn't seem as tiltable. And Ethan's kind of a wild card for me still.
Understandable.
Anyway, do you sign it?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'm gonna sign it. Yeah.
Okay.
Just do a whole. In fact, let me just go ahead and. there we go. Got that all signed up.
Jimmy Rigatoni.
Give him a
Wait, wait.
Lamborghini.
No.
What? No.
Give him macaroni.
Oh no.
And she picks it up. She looks at it, and then it immediately just pops out of existence from her hand. Well, that's now on the file. Well, if there's nothing else, the clock is ticking. 2 weeks.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't actually sign it yet.
Oh, my bad.
I did have a question about that.
Okay.
How do magical contracts works when it comes to names?
Well, considering that mages usually aren't forthright with their true title, this is more of an agreement between us. We know who signed this, and using just the slightest bit of divination, we can know who is held accountable to it. If you place down a picture of a cat on there, we could still know who it was that drew it on there.
Okay, good to know.
What matters most is your intention to uphold the contract here. Because that will also be noticeable to anyone who looks over it.
And I guess I have nothing to fear putting down my name, as I'll sign Anthony DeLuca.
Right. And after you do sign it then?
Yeah, as Anthony DeLuca.
Okay. Then she takes the contract, and again, it just disappears from her hand. It's now on the file. If it ever becomes an issue, it will be retrievable. It is being handled by the virtual adepts. If there's any issue, you can speak to your own mage collective that you belong to, and they'd be happy to assist you in that endeavor. It may take a little bit of time for processing and making sure you're not some unscrupulous group looking to gain information, but considering that you are the ones that wrote on it, it should be easily verifiable.
What are mage collectives?
Oh dear
What?
God.
Wait, you're not aware of this? Even I know that.
No. I mean, I'll be honest. Before I met these two, I thought I was I don't know. I thought I was the only one who could do this.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Well,
no.
I can see now why your methods have been unrefined. I'll tell you what, it's not part of the contract, but I'll give you a little bonus. If you guys are able to resolve this issue without incidents as we described, I'll also see if I can get you in connection to maybe some groups that can help you with your growth. I think that would benefit both parties here. It might help temper your... no, there's just not a nice way to putting it. Your chaotic methods.
Oh, you didn't say are incompetent,
way of
which
putting
is
it.
what I assumed you were going to say.
Yeah, it's a bit of an upgrade, actually.
Anyway, are we trapped in your office, or is that just some sort of privacy spatial bubble?
Well,
Wait,
the door's right there.
Guess I'll walk out then, because I don't want to be here anymore.
You open the door, and a flurry of snow and biting cold wind comes rushing in.
You know what? I'm just gonna leave it open.
Oh.
Oh.
You are more than me. This isn't my office filling with snow.
She waves her hand, and the door slams shut back in front of your face. My apologies. I forgot. It should be clear now.
Right.
I had to make sure this conversation was private after all.
I'll open the door again.
And it's the hallway in the bank.
Well, she wanted me dead, I'd already be that way. I'll walk out.
There's not even a hint of whatever that feeling was you felt before when you walked through the door.
That's fair. Peek my head back in. Are you coming?
Yeah, I suppose we have work to do.
Mm-hmm.
And not a lot of time to get it done.
2 weeks isn't that bad.
It's okay. We've got a lead. We've got. I suppose there is an expert we can ask.
On your phone, Nicholas, you get a notification that you get an email.
Oh? I'll pull it up.
It is a ISO file, and it's from a sort of wingdings email address. It just shows up as a bunch of like little boxes and an @ symbol, and then some boxes and weird squiggles and like grayed out ASCII characters, and then .com.
Not .net? Oh, that's suspicious.
Oh, this is completely natural.
Clearly, you can trust it if it has whereas anywhere in the name.
You open the ISO and it says, "I am a Persian prince and I need your help."
I need your $50 immediately.
I'm definitely not opening up that ISO on my phone.
Mm.
I'm not sure my phone has the software to open up an ISO file.
Yeah, probably not. That is very unlikely.
Oh crap, did any of us own a laptop?
I would just go to the
Yes.
library.
Yeah.
I do, in fact, own a laptop and a computer.
Yeah, but do you want to risk it?
I mean, I can just go buy a new computer and put it on that.
Take all the fun out of it. Money.
Oh, one other thing. Our good friend Ethan still needs to have those papers for his stay here.
Oh yeah, I kind of picked out a home. Got a couple of options here and there, and I can get it paid for.
I'm sure the tellers, whoever I have scheduled at the front desk, can help you with that. I've now wasted several moments of my life dealing with this, and I really need to get back to my work.
Alright, suit yourself.
I do.
You might not want to buy a place. You might only be here for 2 weeks.
It's probably.
Well,
The
if you
terms
need-
did say that she would, since you were building a business and
True.
he was building a business, it was to recoup you for those costs in addition to the moving. So.
Well, I mean, if you want.
The funny thing is, it's probably gonna bankrupt her if she has to send me out of town and recoup me for the costs.
Oh gosh.
Please. But
You don't know.
Ethan, if you just need housing for a little bit, you could always just bum at the church.
Yeah, no
There's
thanks.
extra bit. Oh.
No, thanks, but no thanks. I actually appreciate
it's
it.
okay. I understand.
Looking for a place with a
worry.
little bit more
Emma's
privacy.
very lonely. She would like somebody to stay there.
Other than a
But-
teacup.
I mean, I don't know. Company would be nice, I suppose.
Hey, look, Macaroni, I'd love to hang around with you, but I kind of need my own space,
Macaroni. I mean, okay, I understand.
All right.
Yep,
Let's get back up to the front. Yeah.
Yeah, so the secretary at the front sees you guys come out, and she gives you a little nod and goes back to looking at her computer. There's a line of people. She seems to be looking up some card information or something.
Hey there.
Oh, yes. Can I help you?
Oh, I just so happened to be in the process of filling out my paperwork here regarding, The purchase of a small property. Seems move-in ready.
Oh, yes. I believe Mike is available. He's over at this desk right here. She open palm gestures towards a table not too far away where there's a man who is busy balancing a pencil on his finger. Hard at work.
Hey, Mike. That's the name, right?
He drops it. Hello. He straightens up his business jacket and stands up and comes over. How are you doing? Put her there.
Put it where?
He puts his hand out to shake yours. Put her there.
Sure. All right. He's gonna shake it.
Ah, I like that accent. You're from, Massachusetts?
Close enough.
Vermont?
Rough northeastish. You got the general idea, yeah.
Ah, see? I'm a people person. I get those sort of feelings. Well, sit right down here. What can I do for you, Mr.
Ethan Gardner.
Mr. Gardner. Oh, what a lovely name. Got a green thumb, do you?
Not a single green thing in my body.
Isn't it funny how that sometimes works out that way? Well, what can I do for you?
Yeah, looking to get a place purchased. More specifically, I've got some stuff on the sheet that was recommended to me. Honestly, pick a place, and at the very least, I could start leasing.
All right. Well, that sounds lovely. Let me see those papers.
He's gonna hand them off.
All right. Looks like a residence over in the Shady Grove residential community. Not too far from the church. Are you one of the churchgoers over there? I know it's a very lovely place.
Ethan double checks the paperwork, looks over at I was gonna call her another pasta name. Looks over at Gemma, looks back, and goes, "I don't think I signed that one." Okay, yeah, no, it'd be great.
Oh, okay. Yes, this is a lovely property. It's not been moved into or it's not been lived in for a little while here. Might be a tiny bit of a fixer-upper. Let me check the rates on that, and I'm just going to have to punch in the digits here. Your social, da-da-da-da-da-da. Looking at all of that. It does say that you had a rental in New York that you unexpectedly left.
Well, that's pretty normal over there. You know, people cut leases all the time. You know, landlords.
Yes, but it's going to be very difficult to process this quickly as long as that is an outstanding account. I hope you understand that. Normally, you would not allow somebody to move into a new place if the last place that they were at, of course, shows, at least in the paperwork here, that you did not pay your final dues?
Jeez. Just sort of holds his head in one hand and just says, thought Bot would take care of the paperwork. I'll continue thinking on my, what I'm going to be doing there. In the
need
meantime,
a co-signer?
No.
No. I've got a place I could probably stay in the meantime.
Are you saying that this debt should have already been paid for?
That'd be, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it's sometimes just a matter of a, little computer hang-up. Sometimes those things get filed and paid, and it takes a little while to update. Do you know about how long ago it was that the final payment was made? I'm looking like maybe 3 to 5 business days ago. Could it have been somewhere in that realm?
Ethan has no idea. Out of character, I'm just saying. He has zero idea. Last he left it, he was just gonna bounce from his previous living space and head out. So, and he was pretty sure that Bart would take care of it, but I guess not.
I
Crap.
told you cash is simpler.
Well, look, Mr. Gardner, we can just leave this paperwork on file. If you have a phone number, we can get a hold of you. Until then, there are several lovely motels just outside of town if you had a vehicle or something to travel there in. I'm assuming you didn't just walk to Pleasant Valley.
I mean, you'd be surprised what you can do nowadays. But no,
Yeah,
know.
that would be hilarious. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, walk in here. That joke's played out. Yeah, I get it.
Oh, you're a card. I like you. Well, like I said, we'll just give you a call on this phone number whenever things get hashed out. Usually, since it's now Saturday, the bank closes a little bit earlier. Maybe those things will get all cleared up by Monday afternoon when the systems come back online. We'll give it another check and see where it's at. And if you're approved, we'll give you a call about it. And if you get denied, we'll get a call. But otherwise, we'll just have to wait for it to go through.
Yeah, I could probably just wait on that. Yeah, no, I'll leave that with you. I'll be right back. And after the weekend.
All right.
Ethan,
Well, you take it easy, Ethan. I hope that you enjoy your stay in Pleasant Valley.
I will. Yeah, no, seems like a nice place. Yeah. Ethan heads away from the counters, goes immediately to Gemma, and just goes, Gemma, I'm gonna need a room over at the church.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah, okay.
Carter, you're kind of coming in with a lot of white noise in the background. There you go. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry. So Ethan turns to Gemma and hurriedly just says like, "Hey, Gemma, I'm gonna need a room over at the church."
Oh, yes, of course. I would love to show you a room. I'm excited to. Yeah, I'd love to have a guest over. Hey, it's nice. It's almost like a sleepover. I've never actually had a sleepover. Have you had a sleepover before?
Can't say I have.
Oh, this is gonna be wonderful. We'll. Do you want to have a pillow fight?
Oh my god.
Gemma, what the fuck are you talking about?
What? You're having sleepovers. You're supposed to have pillow fights.
Please don't crush the dreams of an orphan.
Okay, I'm gonna try my best here, bud.
I
Just think of it as like Make-A-Wish Foundation.
I fucked up again. I forgot to do this the whole time.
Oh no.
You guys had
Such
that
a nice
meeting.
office picture too, and you just
Yeah.
never get to use
We've
it.
been just sitting over there. Yeah.
I described it and then forgot to put it on screen.
Well,
We were just really focused on looking at the picture of a forest in that meeting.
Yes, it was just the up close picture of the office space. Fuck.
well.
So, it's still roughly 4 o'clock-ish, 5 o'clock-ish in the afternoon.
Okay.
What do you guys want to do?
We should probably come up with some kind of a battle plan here. So we got 2 weeks to complete this from the moment we signed that thing. What the hell are we supposed to do? What intel have you gathered?
I was thinking that the best thing to do first is this other person, this homeless man. He sounds like he knows what's going on quite intimately. We should get further information from him on how we could naturally resolve the situation.
Oh yeah, Ari. Yeah, we could probably go to him.
That just
Do
makes
you
sense to me.
know where he is?
Honestly, he just seems to find me.
Could be at McDonald's.
It could very well be, but how'd you know that?
Magic.
He had a pocket full of French fries, didn't he?
Oh shit, you're right. He probably needs to go pick up some dinner. Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of famished anyway. Haven't had a bite to eat all day.
You're not eating at McDonald's.
What? Why not? It's right there.
I'll make us something. Don't worry.
You tell me
none of us should eat that food ever again. That was a horrible idea that we did. I take full responsibility for that.
Wait, no, you're telling me that we have McDonald's at home? Okay, I'll believe you when I see it.
I suppose that means I'm taking everyone back to the estate?
Are you?
That was the question I just said.
I mean, it is kind of dinner time. We should eat.
I wouldn't want to impose upon the church's meager food supplies.
I could eat.
No, we're gonna need those for Sunday.
Oh.
With this deadline upcoming, I don't know if we have time to go to church this Sunday.
Oh, I can whip up the food necessary every Sunday morning.
Emma,
That's not
of
an
course.
issue.
Oh,
Has
thank
to,
you.
but the rest of us. might want to get on this.
But what if there's someone that we need to talk to and they're going to be at church?
Mhm.
Yeah, they will most likely be there.
It is the
And then-
social
I don't
event
believe
of the
goes
week.
to-
And then if you
Yeah.
want to do any type of information gathering, you're going to have to be there for the food afterwards. It's going to take up time.
Let's,
Or you could split
talk
the
this over,
party.
perhaps over dinner.
Yeah.
Let's do some multitasking.
So I'll take a scenic tour back, pointing things out in town for him since he wanted to know about what was going on. And then make our way back to the estate, which Gemma hopefully won't destroy.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I destroy the estate?
I don't know. Why did you destroy the estate?
Didn't think it would
No, you're
happen the
talking
first
about-
time either.
Well, you guys return back. The house is as you left it. And of course, the kitchen is waiting for you to work your magic, Anthony, both figuratively and literally, potentially.
Yes.
Yes. Let's just go with a really good, high class, like kind of like a pot roast dinner.
Pot roast.
Yeah,
Did you
yeah, but
have it
like,
cooking all day?
I mean,
I mean, he has magic. He can decay it into tenderness.
Oh, you know what? That's fair. Is that your plan?
maybe. I didn't really think this far ahead.
Pot roast is usually one of those things that you have cook for like 12 hours or something.
So the pressure cooker and I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean-
pressure cooker plus magic.
Yeah,
Come on.
pressure
All
cooker,
right.
Use
cooker
some
and magic.
actual food magic.
Yeah, I'll
All right.
use a little food magic on this one.
All right. So here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna do an Arete at difficulty 5, and we'll see how many successes you get on that. Because that is your entropy, and you're not just sensing, you're acting with entropy on it.
A success.
All right. You somewhat increased the speed of this pot roast. Instead of it taking 12 hours normally, you did the pressure cooker, which would have brought it down to about 6. And then that success would bring it down to maybe 3 hours. So you could start cooking at 5 o'clock, and then dinner will be ready at about 8 at this point.
It'll be a late dinner, but that gives me time to get everything else made and completely fresh, such as bread and everything else.
In
Yeah.
that case, go ahead and do your crafts, cooking, and do that with dexterity. Dexterity, crafts, cooking. At difficulty, pot roast, not too difficult, pretty simple, 7.
Difficulty pot roast.
Difficulty, pot roast. Just type in pot roast as the difficulty. But 7 though. It's not
Okay,
bad.
with my DP mod of 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it is your specialty.
Wait, specialties get you a DP mod?
Yeah, it gives you a bonus
Wow.
dice to roll. Wow.
Oh. I
Almost
thought
failed it.
I thought it just gave you doubled on 10s.
Look at one,
What?
I think that was
Two-
a variant.
2 of those 6s were so close,
Or
and then 2 1s taking away 2 successes that I had.
we might be using the variant, or what you said might be the variant. But either way, that still would have resulted in pretty much the same thing, because he did get a 10, so that would have been 2 successes. Unless one of the extra dice was the one. Either way, 3 hours later, a wonderful meal gets brought out for each of you. A pot roast with some lightly cooked vegetables and some maybe macerated fruits and things. I can let Anthony explain what he did.
I wasn't going to explain too much.
Mm-hmm.
No?
It's delicious, to say the
It's-
least. It's filling, it's delicious, it's nutritious.
It's like 50% of a McDonald's meal.
Clearly, listen, you could have had McDonald's, but like, come on.
Mhm. Did you have a coffee maker in the house, Nick?
What, like the one at the bank? No. What do you think? I'm some sort of peasant?
Do you have like an
I have an
espresso machine?
espresso machine
Yeah, that's what I
and a French
thought.
press.
Oh, you're feeding my addiction in a very good way.
Because I assume Mr. Ethan here probably couldn't go 20 minutes without a fresh cup.
Hmm.
Otherwise, he might
Actually,
be a little bit dissatisfied with life.
yeah, no, he's in pretty good spirits until the second that he runs out of coffee.
All right, well, at just after dinner finishes, as you guys are wrapping up and beginning to break down the dining room and get the dishes into the washer, Anthony, do you have a phone? You have a phone, right?
Yes.
You get a call.
It's unusual. Who's it from?
It's from the construction company that is working on the bakery,
Oh, this is bad if it's at this
Plus-
time.
Pleasant Valley renovations and construction.
Uh, Pick up the phone. Hello, Anthony DeLuca here.
Hey,
What's going on?
this is Randy. Hey, we're just cleaning up down here at the bakery, and I wanted to let you know I think somebody had trespassed on the property some point over the last couple days. We found this little stuffed doll in here, and definitely none of us brought it in here, and it wasn't here before we started. We just found it out, and thought I'd let you know that probably some kids or something were in the area. We double checked, doesn't look like they took any tools. It looks like all your equipment's good and everything, but, you know, protocol, we gotta let you know.
Yeah, just leave it in one of the cabinets upstairs. Yeah.
And a cabinet upstairs? You got
Or
a
just,
particular
or
one? That way you know where it is?
yeah, just to the right of the oven. Yeah.
Alright. Your word, boss. I'll leave it for you there. Feel free to come by anytime. The place isn't too much of a hazard. You might have to put a hard hat on, but that's about it.
Thanks. Yeah, and thanks for letting us know. That
Oh,
is odd, but look into it.
it's routine. People see construction going on when there's like doors off their hinges. They just think they can walk right in. It happens all the time. I really apologize for it, but the only thing we could do is clean up those messes. But it looks like some kid just left that there. Anyway, things are going smooth. Probably have this cleaned up in maybe 2 weeks.
That's great. I look forward to it.
Wonderful. We'll keep you updated. Boop.
Excellent. Yes.
What a coinkadink.
Um. Hey guys. They there was someone left a stuffed doll in the bakery.
Oh, God,
A
no.
doll?
A stuffed doll.
What
A
kind
what?
of doll?
Stuffed.
Probably haunted.
it's jalapeno cheddar cheese stuffed. Mmm.
So is
Oh,
there
I see.
jalapeno on a steak?
I mean, I didn't ask them for questions or details on it because I figured we would just kind of go look at it and get it ourselves.
You know, when I was little, I had a doll. That was until Timothy put it in the blender.
Aw.
Well, if this is your doll, then we might have some problems.
Is it in a million bets?
We will
No.
find out when we get there, I
Oh.
assume.
Probably
I,
not
did,
my doll then.
I don't think they would have identified it as a stuffed doll then if it was in a million bits.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I was gonna say they didn't report confetti being there.
Exactly. But I felt like maybe we should be looking into this and also trying to find said homeless guy.
Yeah, if you guys want to find Harry and talk to him, I could probably check out the doll if you want. If you're worried about it.
It's
Want to make
almost
sure it's
certainly
not.
haunted.
Want me to make sure its name isn't Annabelle?
Yes, I would very much like to know if the doll is cursed with spirit magic.
Okay, okay. I'll check it out.
And
Ethan,
I
could
will be
you
going with you.
see who left it there?
Uh, Probably if we can get over there and take a look.
Right. Well, to the Nicholas Mobile.
Are we still calling it that?
I don't remember when we did call it that.
I'm sure when it's a little bit.
All right, you guys hop in the Bassett's mobile and head on down to the bakery. That is much more expansive than it actually is, but forgive me.
Nice bakery.
Nice.
It
Damn.
was the cleanest, most nondescript picture. All the other ones of interior restaurant were of like Hell's Kitchen sort of like kitchen nightmare
Are
situations.
those
I'm like,
rice cookers in the background?
are they what?
Are those rice cookers in the background, Anthony?
It does look like it on the far left there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Then
Yes.
next to the big vats of probably rice.
Yeah, I mean, it could be rice.
Could
I
be
mean,
pressure
even if they're rice
cookers.
cookers, pressure cookers, you know,
Looks
could
like
also
on
be
the
used to
right,
steam.
there's
Yeah.
a giant waffle iron.
There is. Over there on the right. Anyway, these details aside, you see that the construction crew is just wrapping up for the day. The big trailer outside's got their padlock on it, and the last cars are, their engines are turned on, and the guys are sitting out there on the tailgates, just kind of talking to each other. When you pull up, they, raise their totally legal non-alcoholic beverages that they're drinking before they get in their cars to drive home for the day.
Oh yeah, that's how this works.
Of course. Oh, why wouldn't it work that way?
And you go inside. You can see the place is coming together. It's obviously still not completely finished. There's some bare exposed walls that they are putting some new drywall up on, and there's some exposed wires that they're currently running stuff through. But otherwise, you can see that the bakery is starting to take shape. However, that you can find that cabinet next to the oven and open it up. And who would be closest? Who would be the one opening it?
Gimma.
Okay,
Oh.
I guess I am.
I was gonna say I would open it. Like,
Are you sure? Weren't
it's
we
my
having her
place.
check if it was haunted?
I mean, yeah, she needs to check if it's haunted, but she only needs to see it for that. I can pull it out.
Yours funeral.
All right. You retrieve the doll, and you can see that it is quite dusty. It looks like it's been in the dirt, and it's pretty caked with mud and stuff. It
What
seems
kind-
to be made out of burlap, like a very, very rough fabric, to say the least. It looks like a little girl. It's got little strands of yarn or twine coming out of the top. It's got a bow that's made out of a knot of some other kind of ropey material on top of it. The eyes are just buttons, little black buttons, and the mouth is stitched on. The body is, again, that same rough burlap kind of material. And you can see that a little felt dress has been stitched onto it. Very simple, but a little doll nonetheless.
Oh, it's kind of cute in a rustic way.
That's
I'll-
definitely haunted.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it with Prime Sight.
Does it happen to have like any natural, like some locks of hair or anything like that? Is it obviously a voodoo doll or something?
Are you trying to see if there's
Well-
like blood on it or something? Like,
Well,
Like
there's
real people hair as opposed to like fake hair?
while the materials look very rough, you can't tell that it's made out of like any human materials,
Okay.
at least on immediate inspection. Now, you wanted to use Prime Sight?
Yes.
All right, give us an arete at difficulty 4. What again was your prime focus?
Wooden spoon.
All right. Could you give us a quick rundown of what you do to activate your prime sight?
Um, well, because this one is a bit more silly and stupid, I kind of wave it around a little bit and then hit my head with it.
All right.
Gotta boop yourself on the nose with a
Yes.
spoon.
All
Well,
right.
more the side of the head, but yeah.
Upon contact with the spoon to your noggin, the jolt of primal sight is released, and you're able to see around you some of a magical effect that is lingering. On the floor, in the space between the oven and one of the racks that are waiting to be assembled, you can see that there is some magic lingering there, and the doll itself has a bit of a that fiery magic essence that you perceive from the
Well,
primal pattern of magic in the world.
the doll and that spot over there are radiating magic.
Oh, look at you, Mr. Geiger Counter over here. All right. That's, yeah, definitely haunted.
That doesn't mean haunted.
Okay, cursed. Uh,
This'll see if it's haunted.
well,
I'm gonna flip out my book.
Mm-hmm.
Yup, yup.
Do
Does
your
the doll immediately attack her or anything?
Peer through it.
Hold the cursed book out.
Arete difficulty 4?
Yep. There we go.
Jeez.
Very nice.
Well, the opaqueness of the pages fades away to that same transparency you're used to. The bakery itself, when peering through to the spiritual sight, has now shifted from the last time you used your spirit sight in this house. Before, it was sort of an exaggeration of the dusty old great uncle Bassette's place. And now it's sort of gone formless. The walls seem to be without shape. They curve and bend like a funhouse, as they seem to hold no true form right now. However,
Oh.
the doll that Anthony is holding appears to be crying in his hand.
God.
uh,
Oh.
ooh.
And there's
Poor
nothing you perceive where he pointed to that spot on the ground that he said was magical. There's like nothing there for you to see.
Oh, well, I don't see anything in that spot, but hand me the doll.
Okay, here, have the doll.
Okay, in my offhand, where I'm not holding the book, I'm gonna just give it a soft little hug.
Oh.
Well, it's not like weeping. It's not like making sniffling noises or bawling or anything like that. You can just see that under the buttons, it's very moist, and then water is like dripping off the sides of that like burlap material, almost like it's hydrophobic. It's a little bit weird looking, but it makes it so that you can tell it's dripping water from those button eyes.
Yeah.
There's those words again.
Yeah, no. Stop with the moist. No. Hey, is it cool if I take a look at that for like 2 seconds? I just need to kind of like poke it, I think.
Sure,
Maybe
I suppose.
you can look with your eyes.
No. I want to focus in on this. Give me a sec. Ethan's going to go ahead and reach out and touch the doll, kind of take a look at it. Looks over at his Casio calculator watch as a focus, and attempts to think about winding back to the moment this thing appeared. Let's look back a little bit.
All right.
Uh,
Go ahead and give me an arete at
Mhm.
difficulty 5.
Okay.
because that's just perceiving time, so that's probably 2 dots.
Okay. Yep. Arete, difficulty 5. Give me a 3 for.
All right. So as you look at this doll, you get a... Can you quickly remind me how you perceive Prime?
Oh yeah, Ethan tends to perceive Prime as almost like pen lines, vectors, sort of crisscrossing the space in front of him, forming into whatever structures he ends up seeing. It's
Okay,
almost like the "Take on Me" music video, if you need a visual reference.
gotcha. All right. So in that case, then you perceive this sort of hologram of the workers in the building earlier that day. It's like on a layer above what's in reality right now. You can see people bringing in lumber, moving equipment, and when somebody peels back one of the racks and pulls it out to start building it, you see a little flicker as this doll materializes under that pile. The person doesn't seem to notice, and they move along, and the image fast forwards a little bit, and then you can see someone come back over to grab another rack to start to assemble, and they bend down and pick it up, and then it fast forwards again. You see him move up to the foreman, and they talk to each other for a minute. Then the foreman pulls out his phone, talks for a bit, and then puts it up in the cabinet, and then the hologram sort of fades away at that point.
Uh, that's Okay, Ethan's gonna, now that he realizes this, he'll inform the group and just say, "Hey, yeah, okay, it's looking like it's just sort of popped into existence right over there," and he points at the spot where it showed up,
Mm-hmm.
like
Like-
literally just right on the spot. He just makes a popping noise with his tongue. Just goes, "Yep, right over there."
Like just poof.
It poofed, yeah.
Mm.
That actually brings up some interesting thoughts here. Hold up. Uh, is there is there any way at Ethan's current level of ability that he could attempt to discern where this kind of popped in from, or is this way outside of his scope of ability? Because I imagine it might be.
Yes, if it were to have teleported from a different place there, you would be able to see, at least even with just correspondence sight, that there has been a ripple in space. So you would be able to sense that even with one sphere. If you were able to track it, then I believe that's only a 2. However, the farther the distance and the more that it's, the traces have been covered up, the more successes you would need to overcome that.
Right. I've got 3, so I could give it a shot.
Mm-hmm. So
Alright.
in that case, then, considering the circumstances, I would say to do that, you need to do a Arete difficulty 5, and then you're going to need at least... Actually, I don't think I need to reveal that. We'll just see how many successes you get.
Don't need to reveal what? Okay.
I don't need to reveal how many successes you need to get all the information you're looking for.
Fair. Also, before I do this, to hopefully ensure that I get info, remind me, it's been a while since I've had to use willpower.
Mm-hmm. If you use a willpower, you get an automatic success. If you use a quintessence, it lowers the difficulty.
Okay, I see. And I start off with a heck of a lot of quintessence and a good amount of willpower. I'm going to go ahead and pop 1 willpower to start with.
All right.
How does that work? Input value of 1.
We'll just
Oh,
give it
no.
a success on top of what you say.
Oh, that's the willpower roll. That's a separate thing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So 1 on top.
So just do
It's
your
5.
Arete at difficulty 5, and then whatever you get, we'll add 1 success.
Oh,
to it.
well.
And there you go.
Jeez. Never mind.
It cancels out your failure. So
Ah.
you look at this doll and the spot on the ground, and you try to bring up any knowledge about it, and you can see like a couple of things appear, kind of the overlay on top of reality kind of jitters a little bit, and almost like it's failing to load, and then it just shuts down.
Yeah. No dice, guys. Don't think I can figure out where this thing came from, unfortunately. At least not right now.
Oh, I see.
I suppose we could call Margaret.
Yeah, I was gonna say, rigatoni. Does this look familiar to you? Just double checking.
A tortellini.
Hey, I hate. Don't get no spoilers.
Please.
Yeah.
I mean, the doll is, it's not super familiar to me. It
Alright,
does
so let's-
seem rather sad, though.
Seems
The
Poor
well.
doll
thing.
seems sad.
Well, it's crying.
Hmm. It's what?
It's crying.
Does Ethan see it crying?
No. No,
Okay,
no
okay.
one but Gemma would see those tears through the
Yep.
spirit book.
Only I, it seems.
Meow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meow.
Oh.
It's cute.
All right. Vermicelli, I don't understand you sometimes.
What about Anthony and Nicholas?
Well, I feel like in the spirit of our newfound cooperation with Margaret, I'm going to give her a late night call to bug her about a crying doll.
All right. Yes.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about a crying doll that just magically teleported into my bakery?
Let me see. That residence. That was your great uncle's home, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I don't have a file that mentions anything about dolls in that place. So no, I don't believe I've experienced that.
Did we
Well-
mention that it wasn't originally at this place?
There is a doll that Miss Linguini says is very sad and crying that suddenly appeared just inside the bakery earlier today.
Do I need to quarantine it?
I will leave that up to you.
Well, is it autonomous? Is it moving on its own?
Not yet.
Does it have Josephine's aura attached to it?
What does that mean?
What's up with this Josephine everyone keeps talking about?
I mean,
It's just
hold on, I guess. I guess I will pull out my spectacles, do my little ritual of, cleaning them off, looking through them, putting them on to do a prime sight myself to compare its aura to the book, which we assume is, Josephine's.
All
Let
right.
me,
Give me
pull
that.
up my
Yep. That Arete difficulty 4.
Arete Magic difficulty 4. You know what? We're about to go to bed and stuff. I'm gonna spend a quintessence.
Okay.
Go down to difficulty 3.
Sounds good to me. That'll do.
Hey, look, that was helpful.
Nice.
Yeah, that would have been significantly less. Well, with 3 successes, your prime sight goes alight brighter than I think it's ever gone before. Have you ever gotten more than a 2 on your vision?
Not that I remember.
Yeah. Well, with this, you're able to see that the spirit book that Gemma is holding on to sort of has flecks of little gold coming off of it. You still see the vector lines that you're used to of their attachment to the thing that it's coming off of, but you can see more clearly that it's not just some random points of magic coming off of it. They seem to have that detail to them of being little golden flecks. The the doll has it also has little flecks of light coming off of it, but it's more of a violet hue, more purplish. And it is, instead of like flaking off of it and drifting away before disappearing, it's just stuck to it. It's like the doll is covered in a purple material that sort of glows in spots, like a glitter almost.
No, if she who not be named is a golden flecks of magic, this is more of a purple glitter bomb.
Let me check that. Oh, that's from an old file. You know what? There's nothing immediate that you need to worry about that right now. However, let me pour over some stuff. I'm in the middle of something at the moment, and I'll get back to you tomorrow morning about that.
Very well.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you for not sending me into space. I'll hang up on that. All right. Well, Margaret says the doll shouldn't be a problem for the moment. So,
Okay.
Okay. Well, if you want, I can take it off your hands so it's not around the bakery, although
yes,
maybe it
you
wants to
can
be here. Who knows?
join you for your pillow fight that I'm sure you're eager to get to.
You're right. Oh, it's gonna be wonderful.
Okay, look, I'm gonna hold my punches. I'm a little worried about the results of that.
Oh, don't worry. You don't have to hold back.
Gemma, you sure you're actually like a nun, or is that just like a whole personal thing? I'm a little confused. I'm genuinely
What?
confused.
Of course I'm a nun. What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
And Southern Belle
church-
comes out.
My word! How dare you insinuate I am not?
I say.
I'm a lady of the Lord. Oh heavens! I'm smelling the vapors.
That's a lot of stuff. Oh
All right.
god.
What's the plan then, gang?
I think we're gonna take them to the church.
Pillow fight, I guess.
Pillow fight.
Take
And
me
then-
to church.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, it is only somewhat close to 9 o'clock, and outside the church is Father Andrew's old clunker.
You'd say curfew was 10, right?
Usually yes.
Yep.
Wait a minute,
so-
we got a curfew?
Gemma has been known to wander at night sometimes, and the father is just worried about her.
Understandable. Father Andrews is a good man.
Duly noted. Hey, Nick, right?
Yes.
What's going on with her? I'm super confused. I've only known you guys for like 8 hours, maybe maximum. And is she like okay?
I'm gonna put my arm around Ethan, lean in, and go, no, and then just push him towards her.
Oh no!
Have fun. She's entirely harmless, but watch out for the father.
Well, I'm about to meet her parents.
No, the priest.
Oh
I'd like
yeah,
to meet my parents.
That was harsh. Ow.
Jesus. I hurt.
Well, on that incredibly uncomfortable note, I'm going to leave. Have a nice night.
Yeah, good night.
Wait a minute, you're not over here at the church?
Have a
I
wonderful
live in a
night.
mansion. I don't live
You live
in
in
a
the
church.
mansion. You could have mentioned you lived in the mansion. I would have been to the hot. I mean,
I mean, you were there for dinner.
Yeah.
I could have stayed.
You were at his estate for dinner.
And that's where I stay currently.
Oh my
It's
God.
only has like a dozen guest bedrooms or something, so we're rather packed.
Oh my God.
Don't worry. I will bring some breakfast over for you. What do you like?
Uh,
Coffee.
anything caffeinated, really. Okay. Look. I'll see you all in the morning, I guess.
Yep.
Good
Good luck. Goodbye. I mean, good night.
luck.
Come on, Ethan. It's time for a wonderful sleepover.
Oh God. Oh, what I get myself into? I wanted adventure, not whatever this is.
This is an adventure,
This definitely is an adventure.
and try not to let her hit you too hard. She's been known to, I don't know, lift up 1,000-pound bookshelves.
I'll take
1,000
that as
pound.
I'll take that as an insane exaggeration, and I'll go easy on it.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I'm leaving.
Oh God.
I don't know, Dragon. Dragon said give him a caffeinated Baka blast, and then corrected it to Baja, but I don't know. He's a sussy Baka blast.
No.
Yeah, I'll brew up a Baka blast. You know?
It's this new mix of, coffee and Mountain Dew.
Well, you guys ascend the stairs to the very small dormitory full of bunk beds, and as you climb the stairs, you pass by Father Andrew's office, and he goes, is that the sound of 2 sets of footsteps? Gemma, is that Nick or Anthony with you? And he walks out the door and sees Ethan standing there. Oh!
Andrew would be a
Nope.
good name.
Oh, my apologies. And who is this delightful young man?
This is Ethan. He is new in town. He is a lost sheep who will be staying here the night until he can get other accommodations.
A lost sheep? Oh, that sounds so dreadful. Ethan,
Oh, no.
what brings you to Pleasant Valley?
A general sense of adventure and employment.
Oh, I see. Well, a bit of a vagrant then. We always use some more smiling faces in this town, and you look to be a jovial young man. And I trust that if Gemma was the one that found you, then you must be harmless as a fly. She has quite a sense for people, as so I've grown accustomed to over the past couple of weeks. Well, are you full? Are you satisfied, young man? Do you need blankets, a pillow? You seem to be very light of luggage.
Yes,
Yeah,
very
no.
light.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I just kind of stepped to where I need to go. I don't really need that much to carry. But that said, yeah, no, pillow, blankets would be absolutely fantastic. You got a spare bedroom?
Oh, well, we only have the one dormitory. I assume if Gemma was leading you that way, there's no issues with it being co-ed in this case, would it?
That's not even like in the cards, man. I'm just need a place to stay for the night.
I'm aware, it's just this is the house of the Lord, and so I feel obligated to make sure that there's going to be no funny business going on, especially with such a young and bright star as Gemma.
Of course not, Father. I am married to the Lord after all.
Indeed. Well, I do have quite a few blankets and pillows in there. I'll get you situated right away. Are you sure there's nothing else I can get for you?
A couple extra pillows would help. It seems as though Gemma's sort of a dead set on some kind of pillow-related combat.
Well, it is getting late. Don't stay up too late, but I'll throw a couple of those in there. And I'll throw in the nuclear bomb of pillow options as well.
Oh,
Well,
wonderful.
Wait, what exactly would that be?
Oh, you'll find out soon enough. But go ahead, go grab your stuff and place it in the room there, and I'll be right up with some blankets and pillows.
All right, let me take my stuff over, and he just mumbles under his breath as he heads over to the door. Just says, "It's like, why is everyone so damn cryptic about freaking pillows? We got the mission. Why can't someone just talk with a freaking straight?"
World
all right.
of darkness.
World of darkness, where everyone speaks in riddles, and apparently pillows are used for combat.
Yep.
I
And
have
one day
all-
you too will be a dark and devious person who doesn't speak straight and tell the truth.
It'll happen to you.
Well, Father Andrews comes up and drops off some blankets, and then between you, he holds up a rather medium, let's say a medium-sized pillow in a light blue case. And when it hits the ground with a thud, he says,
Oh, God.
"Memory foam."
God.
And then walks out of the room cackling. Good night.
I was gonna ask if we put some rocks in that thing.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Penny Sock would absolutely.
So I'm gonna go
Oh,
ahead and
God.
put my book, teacup, as well as the now doll on the bedside table,
Mhm.
and then I'm gonna grab the memory foam pillow.
And
Are you ready?
aye, aye, Captain.
I'm pretty sure I could take a little girl.
Okay. Arm thyself, then, knave.
He just looks down to pick up a pillow. He goes, "All right, could probably dual wield these. Yeah, that could work."
Ah.
Actually, we cut to black as he gets whacked upside the head.
Let me quickly remind myself on
Can
initiative.
we?
What?
Yes, please.
Oh
'Cause-
God,
It's been like 4 episodes since we had to roll
you-
initiative.
are you legit making? Oh no.
Yeah, this is combat.
Yes.
Oh God.
I believe initiative is Dex and Wits.
That does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'll roll my
Yeah,
initiative.
Initiative is a button. Yeah.
Oh!
What?
It sure
It's
is.
just literally a button? Awesome.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
button
Oh.
at the top.
Hit that button.
Oh
wait,
my
no,
God.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So,
It's a D10 plus Dex and Wits.
And they
Oh.
got the same rolls, so I
They-
think that's an actual tie.
what's our bonus?
Yeah, who has
It's
the
the same.
higher?
Oh God. Oh no, we have
You
the
It's
have
same
exactly the
bonuses.
same.
Oh no.
I guess you do another roll off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Okay, sure.
Just
Okay.
do it again.
Oh.
Damn it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Ethan's absolutely hosed.
All right, so it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So you literally just add your dexterity and wits, not as dice, and then a d10 on top of that. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Gemma, you get to swing first with your pillow. I don't even know how you would do damage that way, but you will.
All non-lethal, I assume.
Yeah, this would probably be. It's a weapon, so that's going to be melee and dexterity. Dexterity melee at difficulty
Okay.
6.
May I make an argument
Go ahead.
that I get down into a stance that I have read in my book,
Go ahead.
into a low stance,
Oh no.
and then I just whip around this pillow across the face with my meager skill in martial arts.
Oh
Yes,
God.
meager skill.
Well, traditionally, martial arts is not used with a weapon in hand. That's why I would say melee.
Sometimes.
Um,
Sometimes.
There's a lot of weapon martial arts.
there are, but
I
for
don't know
game
about pillows, but
game purposes, I might allow you to do this, but it would be under the condition that in the future you don't get to apply this to like holding iron knuckles or
Oh,
a
of course.
bat or anything. It would be
No,
strictly kept to a bonus for this pillow fight.
Oh,
And if
don't worry.
if in the future you find yourself on the precipice of an apocalypse where some evil sorcerer is about to ruin the world and the only way to stop him is to pummel him with a pillow, I am still not allowing you to do martial arts for that.
Okay, understood.
Understood?
Oh.
All right.
Yes,
You're gonna whack me.
Then go ahead and do your dexterity martial arts at difficulty
Okay.
6. Now,
Understood.
Ethan, The pillow is coming at you. Are you going to block it, parry it, or dodge it?
Okay.
Or just accept defeat and allow it to smack you?
He's going to attempt to block it.
Okay,
Block it.
okay.
Oh, crap.
Combat.
I am going to have some big problems here.
This is the first time someone has blocked. It would have been really nice to have this up first. I know we have a very
It's
knowledgeable.
page 411.
Block,
Thank you.
411 through 413.
block should be Dex and Brawl,
Dex
whereas
and Brawl. Yep.
whereas a parry would be Dex Melee, and
Mhm.
dodge would be Dex Athletics.
Oh, God, I wish I invested in athletics. Wow, I am going
Well,
to die.
It says that the difficulty is supposed to be between the range of 6 for a fist or 8 for a table on blocking. I'm considering the pillow to be even lower than that, so I'm going to make it a difficulty 5. So dexterity plus brawl, difficulty 5. Because
It is memory foam. It's the special pillow.
Yeah, it's a memory
Hmm.
foam.
Sure, but it's still not even fist level. IMHO.
Understandable.
That's a 4. I success.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my
You
god.
you block
Yo.
the memory foam pillow and suffer no knockback.
He just absorbs Gemma's incredible blow with this pillow with a stone-faced look and just says, "Oh, I've got you. Let's see
Is
what
this
you
like-
can really do."
There's this look of shock before Gemma goes, "Oh, a worthy opponent, I see."
Now,
Go ahead. Strike me down, Ethan.
yes. Ethan, it is your turn to strike with the pillow. I suppose between melee and martial arts, you can add your dex to either one of those.
Okay. Repeat that for a
Do you
sec. Sorry,
have-
I was taking a look at some rules to try to figure something out.
Yeah, that's understandable. We haven't done weapon combat yet, really. We had a
Yeah, I-
bear versus a knife, and
Hmm.
we were very specific on how that went. Oh,
Mhm.
psychic trauma. That could be fun.
Wait, what?
Hello. I could use magic to enhance violence.
Mm-hmm.
So. Oh, this is gonna be dumb. I'm not even spec'd for this. For attacking, I'm double checking to see because there's. Let's see. Do.
Yeah. If
How does one attack?
with a weapon or with magic?
Okay. So would this be equivalent with magic specifically?
Well, because you can use your magic to enhance an attack roll. And for some
Right.
people, they might have a focus that involves fighting. So in that case, your magic would enhance your fighting, or the fighting could
Hmm.
enhance the magic. So
Or could I do something using my magic that is not fighting, but is instead an action? Ethan would like to use correspondence to step forward, i.e., through correspondence fuckery, step from behind Gemma and take the pillow away.
well, first,
Would that be possible to try?
yes, you could.
Treachery.
First of all, do you have your
Mhm.
focus in hand?
Crap. None of my foci are here. I got a watch on hand, but that would be weird for this one. That doesn't quite make
Mhm.
sense.
Don't get ahead of me, chat.
Wait, what's chat doing? Spoilers?
Don't pay attention to it.
Don't
Fine.
worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Okay.
There's definitely
Uh,
nothing vulgar about what you're about to attempt.
He's just abusing the crap out of magic to win a pillow fight.
Yes. But if you are a low enough mage that you need to have your focus for correspondence magic. So if you have
Fair
that in hand and prepared to do your correspondence magic ritual in order to do this little maneuver, then yes, you could do that. I would have you roll the correspondence. You would just be reaching through space and grabbing the pillow.
Hmm.
So I would have you first roll your arete at difficulty. You're under duress, so I think this would be a 6 I mean,
Okay.
you're basically trying not to get hit while you're doing this. So
Right.
Arete at difficulty 6 to reach through, and then
Mhm.
if you succeed at that, you would then make a dexterity brawl check to see if you can grab the pillow from her.
Okay. I'm going to say for the purposes of translocation stuff, I'm trying to see which of my foci actually makes sense. Ethan would absolutely have his Casio calculator watch on
Mhm.
hand, literally. But that's more for time fuckery.
Yeah, I thought the calculator was time, and
Flip
I
phone with space alongside the pen.
yeah, the phone made sense for space because correspondence with like data transmission and stuff made sense to me.
Right.
Mhm.
I could use the phone in that it starts ringing behind her as sort of the
Well, I mean,
description of how the effect seems to work. He would have that in his pocket. He hasn't put away all of his stuff.
so wherever you open your correspondence pathway to, you basically make a call to that location and then it rings out there.
That's the idea. You just hear the default LG phone
Mhm.
ringtone.
Okay.
Let's see if I can pull it off.
So, hold on. That
Hold
would
on.
be the base effect. Is you would have a it's going to be your second sphere of correspondence to do that, plus the 3 for the base difficulty. However, this is vulgar without any of the sleeper seeing, unless Father Andrews pops his head in or something. So there
He
will
could.
be another difficulty there, and then duress. So you're talking about an Arete roll at difficulty 7.
Oh gosh. All for a pillow fight.
Yes.
You're
Okay.
the one who escalated it.
I guess I am. Let's give it a shot. No.
All
In
right.
fact, I very much don't.
You very much botch this. So this is fun.
Is this the safest place I could possibly have botched this hard?
I
Probably.
mean, there's not really a safe place to botch.
I'd
But now
say probably inside my sanctum.
You're,
The safest place.
you're
Then if
trying
anything-
to teleport somewhere. How is anywhere safe?
I don't know. Ethan
We're
hasn't
gonna have a
exactly
fly
thought.
moment.
Oh,
You're gonna
jeez.
turn into Pillow Man.
All right. It's not backlash yet. We're just botching.
Oh
So,
god.
vulgar magic always accumulates paradox even when the roll succeeds. Coincidental magic does not require paradox. A successful vulgar magic earns 1 point of paradox. And then yes, that is the source, but can you tell me? Alright, if the effect was coincidental, if the effect was vulgar without sleeper witness, the mage gets 1 point of paradox plus 1 point for each dot in the highest sphere.
Oh god.
So
I just
so
did I just proc 4 paradox?
you did just get, it appears to be 4 points of paradox. However, I believe you can also use a willpower to mitigate that.
I would like to do that.
503. Thank you. General circumstances. Arete Mage, I hope we're looking at the same thing here.
Seems it.
Magical reference chart. Yes, okay. Degrees of success. Makes it a little mistake. No, we are not. This is a difficulty modifier. I mean, oops. However, the spending willpower, I believe that mitigates it in somewhat. I'm glad we're getting this knocked out.
I was trying to be the cool guy in a pillow fight.
Mm-hmm.
Why did I do this?
I mean, you're definitely still going to be talked about.
Oh god.
It's just a different kind of cool.
No.
Let's now let's look at willpower, because I'm not sure if it mitigates all of it or if you have to spend a willpower to get rid of 1 paradox. I feel like that'd be
Okay.
too strong if that was the case.
Does seem a little strong.
Nullifying 549.
I'm actually checking last,
Staving
but
off
this is my-
disaster.
Yeah.
Change can
This is-
feel a paradox backlash coming. The built-up energies within their frame tingle beneath their skin, vibrate in their bones, or beat inside their head like an impending migraine headache. When a backlash threatens to cut loose in game terms, when the storyteller rolls the dice, that character can will it to not happen yet. The player spends a point of willpower, the effect automatically fails, and the backlash hovers until the end of that scene. From that point onward, the mage is now on borrowed time. Every additional point of paradox she gathers adds 1 die to the coming backlash. The storyteller could invent some specifically poetic horror for the coming punishment, but the mage has an opportunity to put her affairs in order as the cataclysmic energies continue to build and build and build inside her. A player who decides to put off backlash will discharge all of her paradox points except permanent ones at the end of that scene. The permanent ones still count, however, towards the backlash dice pool. The eventual results of the willing paradox not to happen might be messy, but the scene, while it lasts, can certainly be dramatic.
For the backlash, not specifically.
Yeah, not for
For
gaining
gaining
it. I did just...
Mechanically, what does this mean?
It sounds like you can
How-
only use...
I found it. It's page 330. When your mage botches a casting roll, faces paradox backlash, you can avert the pending backlash by willing it not to happen. Cost of willpower point results. No, never mind. That is the one you read it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's just what you delay
just hold
a
it
scene.
back.
Yeah, you can't stop it once it's coming.
Okay.
Oh, God. This is,
This
huh.
would be the worst pillow fight.
Yeah, I thought for sure you could spend it to
Why
get
did you
rid
have
of
to
like
ruin
one
my
point.
pillow fight?
I don't.
Or Gemma going to be
I'm talking.
traumatized by the pillow fight.
I think, if I remember correctly, in order to trigger a backlash, it has to be 5 points or more.
Isn't this
And then-
exactly 5 points?
And then you roll
Or is
more.
it
No,
3?
he's getting 4. Because
Oh,
it's
okay, okay.
3 for the highest and then 1 for it being vulgar, so it should be 4 points. So I believe
Oh,
that
okay.
will give him 4 points of paradox, and since he's not over 5, I can't do a backlash roll yet.
Okay.
Yet.
How do I discharge this paradox?
It goes away naturally over a long period of time, roughly 1 per week.
What?
Um,
Am I hosed for? Oh God!
Oh
I
my
just
God.
hosed myself for the half of the time we have to operate.
sure.
Oh my God! Okay,
Well,
I
think that's like 1 per.
Prison
Like,
paradox.
week.
yeah, no, that I don't like that. Yeah, oh geez. Well, shit. I guess I screwed my character over for the entire game. I literally okay, this is a problem.
Yeah, but you know,
Oh
if
my
the
God.
backlash hits you, it then gets rid of whatever your paradox was for those hits.
Yeah,
So
so
it's
just
just
acquire another paradox,
Yeah.
get the backlash,
Consciously paradox.
and then
Yeah.
your paradox is gone.
I just wanted to have a pillow fight.
Well, you use magic.
It's okay as long as you only have 5 points of paradox. All she can do is hit you for 5 points of bashing damage.
He's
Ow.
he is a
I'll
son
take
of
it.
ether. He's a son of ether.
Huh?
Oh no, he's a cult of ecstasy. I'm sorry, cult of ecstasy. I'm getting
Yes.
him mixed up with
I'm
Yes.
not
I'm the
technocracy, but
sons of either.
sorry.
I'm dangerously on the line for technocracy in terms of ethos, but
yeah.
Same.
I just didn't want any of them to be technocracy and other things mixed together because that is.
Nah, I chose
That's
not
messy.
to. That was bad idea. Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
I get-
he's cult of ecstasy, and he has his like major thing is being addicted to coffee.
Yep. That's like my one thing.
Mhm.
I have only one character trait.
Wait, you have you're walking here though.
Paradox.
Yeah, I got that.
Paradox flaw. Onset that.
Okay.
Physical backlash, aka the burn, a simple yet terrible consequence of paradox energies. The burn manifests as intense pain at the lower levels, rising to literally explosive levels at the high end of the spectrum. Essentially, a searing physical backlash, the burn manifests as reopening wounds, dizzying pains, blah 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 blah. At the highest end, it's explosive. Yeah, sure, we got that.
Okay.
The backlash roll chart. Yeah, I don't think I roll
So
backlash until you're over 5, and then you trigger more paradox. So I
okay.
believe right
So-
now you just know that you have paradox built up inside of your magic pattern. And you also, kind of get a hit to your hubris there because you failed at doing magic so catastrophically that it negatively affected you.
Fair.
But
I think I'll have some out of game questions so I don't fuck up this badly
yeah,
on a
go.
pillow fight because I may or may not fully understand how dangerous everything I'm playing with is. In and out of character.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
I'm
yep.
just
Holy hell, why wouldn't you just use a gun? Well, not in a pillow fight, but for
well,
combat.
guns are incredibly useful.
One, you don't usually step through space in a pillow fight.
True.
You're right. But
What exactly happens on Ethan's turn now, though?
what does that look like?
Well, the casting failed, so you know that you can't try to grab the pillow because you can't go through it. So I would then just say your turn basically fizzles with you trying to do that. But I just wanted to get concrete. It doesn't help that the rulebook is rather poorly structured.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Shedding
That's-
is on 49.
Yeah.
50.
Also, I'd like to point out that Prime continues to be broken because Prime 5 you can just ignore Paradox, kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
you want to build up Prime. Prime is amazing.
Seems like
Every mage wants Prime.
Seems like everything is around 550 here.
You can
Paradox
just
to Paradox.
spin Quintessence to nullify Paradox at a 1-to-1 ratio.
That's pretty crazy.
Whoa. That's
Okay.
wild. So, wait.
Stupid.
All paradox
Prime.
points. So, 1 point of paradox is such as per success.
So, am I aware that Ethan tried to whoosh in my general direction?
Can I click on this?
General Fushitude.
Yeah. Because that affects how I'm going to react to this.
I mean, does it mean you're gonna foosh back at him?
Maybe. Maybe it does. I don't know.
And so it begins.
Like I said, I picture Gemma just buffing out and then knocking Ethan through the wall.
So Ethan, you might want to roll a new character.
No, not that bad.
I'm actually considering that. I'm realizing. mistakes
No,
were
it's
made.
not that bad. It's more fun when you have a lot of paradox on you.
Yeah, if
It's
it means
not-
anything, I have two on my character.
Yeah. Okay, if the mage gains 5 points of paradox or more within a single event, the storyteller may decide to roll for backlash. So you only got 4, so I cannot roll for backlash. You can only build it up. However, all of that pent up paradox, if you do ever do a 5, means that I can then roll a die for every single point of paradox you have, and then have an appropriate effect for all of the wins, the successes. I'm not sure if you would want to call it a success in that case, but that's it. So right now, what you have is 4 points of paradox on your wheel.
I actually have 5. I built up 1 super early on.
You had 1 earlier on. So you didn't get 5 in this event. You got 4 in this event. So I cannot roll backlash on you in this case.
Okay.
However, I will say that there is the distorted sound of cell phones ringing throughout the entire room. It gives 3 quick rings, and it sounds like stereo. It's coming from every direction in the room simultaneously.
Did you just try to whoosh me? Ethan?
No. Yeah, I kind of did.
Oh, that's how we're playing this then.
Oh shit.
So it's my turn now, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a quick question. So, forces. This is dealing in energy, right?
Yeah. Kinetic
that
energy
includes-
specifically.
Kinetic, yes. Can I do another whack with this pillow, but this time add the at the same time, like slip my hand in and pull out my rosary and just
Yes.
add some kinetic force behind it too?
Break him like you did my front door.
Okay. So
That's one way to get someone out of pain. Jesus.
just to make sure, you're going
Uh-huh.
to reach in, pull out your
Uh-huh.
rosary. You're
Yep.
going to quickly do your little prayer or
Uh-huh,
whatever
uh-huh.
your ritual is for forces magic.
I will hold my rosary close to me and just go, Lord, grant me the strength to win this honorable pillow combat and
Mhm.
show my dear friend Ethan a wonderfully good time.
Ethan, you do hear this,
Oh no.
and I will now have you roll your arete at difficulty 6 as well. This is in combat. It's not vulgar because it's pretty coincidental how hard you hit with it.
Pulse
Uh,
successes.
That
Jesus.
is 3 successes. The memory foam pillow, you're now going to have to try to hit him with. So do your combat roll again, your dexterity martial arts difficulty 6. And Ethan, you can try to dodge, block, or parry.
That is another 3.
I don't think I'm going to be doing much of anything. uh, may I take this pillow so that I can go to sleep? Oh God.
You're just gonna let it hit?
He's going to just accept his fate tonight. This isn't happening.
Okay.
If I understand the numbers correctly, I cannot actually block nor dodge this.
Mm.
He's
So-
accepts his fate.
With 3 successes added to the kinetic force of this pillow, trying to think in game sense, it's usually an upward scale. Usually, with more successes on something like duration, you would have like 1 would be instantaneous, 2 would be a minute, and 3 would be an hour. For
Yeah.
scales of kinetic force,
Oh, Christ.
I would say 1 success could basically add, like, 10% to it. Like, if you're trying to lift something heavy, it can give you that little oomph. 2 would maybe get you to 1.5 times. And I think a 3 could be like a 2 times, like a complete doubling of your power.
That sounds fine. That sounds
Yeah.
fine.
I think that would be reasonable. So basically,
Yeah.
imagine if this memory foam pillow was twice as dense as it actually is in order to basically have the same calculation for impact. Yes,
okay.
Arete, if you want to send that to me, I will definitely look that over afterwards. So we went from it being non-lethal to being pretty bruisey.
Welcome
So
to the dungeon.
Oh,
my
God.
little
how
champion.
about you get hit and you take a bruised damage, a light wound, bashing damage. Bashing. That's what we're looking for. Because I think quite literally you got bashed.
Ow.
Upside the head.
Yes. It was very jarring. The non-lethal pillow became almost like taking a boxing glove to the face.
How do you handle this, Ethan?
I don't know. Well, I'm the dumbass who decided to take it. Ethan is going to get hit upside the head and hopefully find a bed behind him to land on.
Look, everyone. We have servants to play with.
Well, there is plenty of beds, and thank you very much for the subscription, Hazelnut Tea. That's really nice of you. Thank you. And for the
Aw,
compliment.
wonderful.
Yes, there's a bed you can fall back on. Are you going to, like, feign your getting knocked out or something?
Yeah, he's just gonna sail back into the bed and just pretend he's asleep at this point. He does not want to get hit again.
Okay. Then,
He's realizing the pure danger of this situation.
we're gonna need you to do a manipulation subterfuge.
Hilariously, I'm very good at this.
Difficulty 6, and then Gemma, you're gonna need to do a perception.
Awareness?
Yeah, I feel like awareness might be it. It could be empathy, but awareness makes sense to me. And do that.
Okay.
Do that as a contested roll and see who gets
Difficulty
higher.
6 still?
Yes.
You said difficulty 6 here? Sorry?
Yes. Yes. All right, you did not beat it, you met it. So, from your perception, he did look like he ungracefully fell back onto the bed, and he might have been knocked out.
Oh god. Was that too hard? Gemma's gonna drop the pillow and like just kinda like get close and just kinda poke his face a little bit and go like, are you okay?
You just feigned sleeping.
I actually found the exact thing Gimma just did on page 422.
Oh,
Wait, really?
Called the Thunder Punch. You add in various types of magic to add force to your hand-to-hand combat. Every success you make lowers the difficulty of the attack roll by 1.
That's a smart way of
Whoa.
doing it.
holy crap.
Yeah, that's cool.
God, okay.
Well, if we were to go back and look at that, you still only have 3 dice, and you already succeeded on all of them. So, right?
Oh,
Oh, no, that was on the magic.
attack roll. So instead of a
Yeah. Instead of a
difficulty 6, it would be a 3.
yeah,
That's a lot. That's a lot.
it would have been
two more successes.
It would have been 2 more successes on there. It would have been a 5.
God.
Which would have made it do 5 damage instead of 3, since she's got 5 successes over his non-defense.
Yeah, but it's also still with a pillow.
Yeah, and I'm
yeah.
not actually trying to hurt him. I'm just trying to be like a little forceful.
Instead of a fist.
I
Because
mean-
that's the thing that's tripping me up, is it's still a pillow and she's not hardening it. She just
I mean, you
hitting
can still
harder with
count
it.
it as bashing damage.
Well, there's
True.
actually there's a specific detail in there for hand-to-hand weapons. If you're attempting to do it with that.
I do like the idea of reducing the difficulty with that, though. I will keep that in mind in the future.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That's a nice way of doing it. You can hurt yourself while doing it. If the target manages to soak every level of damage inflicted by the Thunder Punch, then the attacker hurts himself. The damage he would have inflicted on the target gets inflicted on the mage instead, and they can try to soak it too, in the case of pattern attacks. Interesting. There's a lot of things to soak in here, but in this case then, considering that's how the rules as written would have been, let's make that a the same thing happens, but now you have 3 bashing on you.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yes, and you took the 3 bashing, and then you fall down, and now you're knocked out.
I'm actually properly injured.
Yes.
Okay, seeing this, I'm gonna just reach in,
Jeez.
grab my thermos, and I'm gonna hold up some holy water up to his lips, and I'm just gonna go, listen, I'm really sorry. I wasn't actually meaning to hurt you or anything. I was just trying to have fun, okay? I thought since you flooshed, I felt like I had to floosh. It's like a courtesy thing, you know. It's like, hey, I hope you're not, you know. Listen, I can't be in charge of a murder here. Arate.
Just think about what Nick would say.
Yeah. Difficulty 6 for this to help patch him up a little bit.
Because that's going to be your life at 3 spheres. Yeah, that's Arate difficulty 6.
Okay. Hey, that is a success.
You heal one of those bashing damages off of him.
It'll only take him a couple hours to heal that on his own, which seems about right for a slight pillow concussion.
Yeah, bashing damage doesn't stick around for long. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 1 goes away per scene.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably gonna be fine. You just need to rest, and I grab a blanket and I like wrap it over him and tuck him in, and then give him a pat on his head, and I'm like, sorry for the concussion. Good night.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by, Hazelnut. I hope you have a good night. Thank you.
Yeah.
And anything else before you go to bed, Gemma?
I guess I will change into my wait a minute. Let me check on Teacup and the doll before I go to bed.
Do what to him?
What? I'm not doing anything to Ethan. I'm checking on the doll and the teacup.
Yeah, I was asking what you were doing. Are you like looking at them spiritually, or are you just looking at them?
Just looking at them.
Yeah, what are you doing to Ethan while he's unconscious?
I'm doing nothing.
They both seem just the same as always.
Okay.
Singing and crying?
I give the doll a pat on the head, and I will get ready for bed, and I will go into bed.
All right.
Try to sleep this off.
Okay. And what's going on with Nicholas and Anthony? Anything exciting happening over at the Bassett estate?
I don't believe we're doing our own pillow fight.
I was going to say, we're definitely not crazy enough to do a pillow fight, and we're definitely, on top of that, not adding magic into it.
I'm certainly not lacing my pillow with chloroform for the fight or anything.
No, I think it's just very boring. Like, oh, okay, well, I guess day's done. Had some good food.
He's going to bed. I'm gonna do some research. I did find that one site. I'm gonna see what it says about harvest spirits and stuff. Try to work on, our actual problem that we're trying to solve.
All right. Let's see. I need to get a Bassett estate background. I get the feeling there's going to be a lot of stuff going on at the Bassett estate eventually when it becomes like Mages of Pleasant Valley HQ. So basically just doing research.
Doing some research, maybe or maybe not trying to decide on what the best way to poison her would be.
Well.
Jeez.
Like, should I aerosolize it? Put it through the vents?
Before I take this any further, are you seriously searching on the internet for poison?
No, I'm not searching on the internet for poison. I'm a doctor. I already know poisons.
Okay. Just making sure.
No, I was searching on the internet for the harvest spirit.
Okay. Give me a...
I assume
not sure
it's
if
esoterica.
Yeah, but I was trying to think if it's wits or intelligence, because wits is like finding information, and intelligence is like
research as well. I have research.
Yeah, but if you're looking, well, let's because because it's a spirit thing. You know, we can do those as separate checks, because I would say research would be looking up historical accounts and things like that. Stuff to do with like the town's past and maybe rituals around the harvest that they did. That would be more common knowledge. But then the esoterica would be things like maybe guild knowledge, if you had access to that. If this was like, you know, the Knights Templar maybe had a harvest spirit that they were using and that kind of stuff. So that I could see either one of those. So I guess it just depends on where you're trying to pull that information from. But maybe you start with a research roll and then we can see where it goes from there.
What
Wits
and research?
Wits research at difficulty 6, and we'll see where that gets you.
Wits, and there it is, research.
Nice. So, what you pull up is that this town was extremely Christian for the longest time. Even now, it is heavily Christian. And the
Surprised.
idea of there being any kind of spirits of the harvest or anything like that would have definitely gotten you labeled some kind of pagan or witch or something. So, that idea is right out. At
Okay.
least in the historical account of the town.
Gotcha. So I should now make an esoterica wits roll?
Yeah, and tell me what your idea is there. Like, what would you be looking at, like conspiracy forums or something like that, or just general?
Well, we had that alchemist forum that I'd gotten into, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I might look up things that are supposed to help placate or pacify spirits through, you know, alchemy and the like.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically things like harvest spirits, because I know it can eat. It eats like life force or vegetables or, you know, French fries, that sort of thing.
All right.
So maybe I can come up with a way to help pacify it, not just through like spirit magic, but, you know, through medicine and alchemy.
With that, what was that? Oh, that's the esoterica roll.
Yeah, that's the esoterica roll.
Okay.
You asked me to do. I assume difficulty 6 still.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We're just seeing how many successes you get off of it. This time you get a little bit of information. You get some pretty common knowledge that, at least, you know, in those sort of cryptid communities, that like spirits don't like walking over salt. And if you find out what their name is and you repeat their name to them, they can either be scared away by that. And there's some conflict in that sometimes it angers them or sometimes it makes them more familiar with them. Apparently, just knowing the name of it is sometimes powerful in eliciting a reaction at the very least. And lastly, when you are trying to interact with spirits from beyond, you need to make sure not to be alone. It says that if you are alone with it, then it can take advantage of your senses in ways that you wouldn't expect. But otherwise, you don't get any real good information on specifically like harvest related spirits, other than, you know, a couple cultures had them at points in their past, and they always have their own various forms of praise and demands. Oh, you need to sacrifice the firstborn virgin girl from some family, and in another culture it would be, you know, just giving up 10% of your harvest to make sure that next year you have plenty more.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'll leave it at that for the night. We've got some time. Make some notes.
Anything else?
I don't think for tonight. It's in. I don't want to stay up too late, considering that I'm sure I'm going to have to be up early-ish to, you know,
Go to
figure
church?
out what to go with Ethan and everything else.
And how about
Oh.
you, Anthony? Are you doing anything tonight?
No, just gonna get some good sleep.
Sounds good. In that case, then, that draws us to the end of this Saturday night and to the end of the session. And we will now divvy out the experience points to each of you. And while I bring up that page, tell me what you guys think.
Pretty good session, I think.
Yeah,
Lots of-
I apologize for screwing anything up here.
No, it's fine.
Did
what,
nothing got
screwing
messed
what
up?
Yeah,
There we
I
go.
don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fun.
Yeah,
All
no, that's
right.
part of the game.
Everybody gets one automatic point.
Yay!
Then, learning curve characters who've truly learned something new, important, or significant to the plot or their personal stories can earn a point to reflect how that knowledge has expanded their horizons. To earn that point, though, the player should explain why that knowledge changed her character's world.
Hmm.
Any arguments for any of you to get that point?
Well, before this, Gemma didn't know anything about, like, there being larger groups of mages.
Yeah,
Kind of puts things in weird context. Yeah.
just take it up with your mage organization. Wait, what are those?
Yeah, what major organization? What are you talking about?
Oh, God. What about you, Nicholas or Ethan?
Think Nicholas learned anything particularly yet. He didn't get the explanation about the town. He already knew Miss Margaret was evil, and she confirmed it by saying she would have killed us if she could.
That doesn't make you
Yeah.
evil.
Yeah, it does.
It's just practical.
Man, I'd say so.
If I could get away with it, I would have murdered you all in cold blood. Kind of evil. A
Mhm.
little evil. So no, I don't think anything. I'm pretty sure he already knew somewhat about there being mage groups from his father.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it was any sort of life altering this time.
Wow.
And Ethan?
I learned that magic can hurt.
That is true.
I said that jokingly, but also very literally.
Yeah.
I think this is a good learning experience.
Your magical pattern is all in a knot right now.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I mean, it really is just goes to show that it's why we don't flaunt our skills like we're not supposed to.
Mhm.
Because then things like this can happen. And so when we do go all out and something like this happens, it's usually supposed to be like really worth it. Like,
Mm-hmm.
because the dice can really mess us up.
That's just why you spend quintessences and willpowers and stuff to
Yeah.
make sure the dice don't roll poorly.
There's that too.
Mm-hmm.
But everyone has that moment where even with taking all of the precautions, the dice really just mess with you.
Yep.
Well, in that case, then, I think there is a good argument that Ethan and Gemma get a learning curve point.
In one word, hubris.
Yes.
Yeah. The most powerful teacher of all.
All right, next, role-playing. A player who goes above and beyond the group's usual level of role-playing should be rewarded with an extra point for exploring his character, delving into his backstory, following his quirks or archetype even when the player realizes that his character is making a mistake, and so on. I really want to give it to you all for the negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
We got to explore your guys' motivations and what keeps you here and what you want to do in the town, and literally putting it into words and expressing it straight to the face of your team's major antagonist, I would say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah, that's fair.
I agree with that.
So I feel like that's a fair divvying up of that point. Focus! Because belief and practice are so important to a mage, a player who really gets into the way her character performs magic, who plays up the mage's beliefs, details her practices, and uses her instruments in cleverly appropriate ways, may get a point for emphasizing the mage's approach to the arts and sciences.
I didn't cast basically anything this time, so
Yeah.
I mean I've got my little glasses ritual, but it doesn't. It's the most minorest of things.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Anyone want to put forth an argument why they should get the focus point?
I offered a prayer before I just absolutely whacked Ethan.
That is true.
I specifically took the time out to do that before doing that.
Yep. I'm voting for Gemma on that.
Yeah.
And we'll give Gimma a vote for the focus, so get yourself an extra point. We'll democratically divvy out the focus points. With the executive veto still in my office. All right, last one. The point for heroism. A character who faces incredible odds to perform some memorable act of sacrifice or risk ought to be rewarded for stepping up courageously and doing what needed to be done.
I mean, I did go in and have that conversation.
The truest introvert. I was a hero. I talked to someone.
Talked to a person that I both hated and was 50% sure was going to try to kill us. And when we were in there, did mention that she definitely would have killed us if she could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she did say that.
Also, I think I was very honest with her when I could have just been really snarky.
Yeah, but is that heroism or is that you saving your own butt?
I mean, isn't heroism saving your own butt sometimes?
No, it's a memorable act of sacrifice. It's pretty much not that at all. Though I think being snarky is neither a memorable act of sacrifice either, so...
It is when it gets you jettisoned into space.
Well, you didn't.
Yep.
So I'm
It's
gonna
truth.
say no on that.
Ah.
And that should be the experience you guys got. And we can hold on to these wonderful memories and cherish them until next week when we get to add to them. Sound good?
Yep.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm about to end the recording. Is there anything you guys want to say to all the people out in YouTube world? Or in the chat right now, as we do have many people watching.
Thanks very much for watching.
Yeah,
We really
I hope you have
appreciate
a
it.
wonderful day.
Have a good rest of your evenings.
Yeah. Thanks everybody for stopping by and for the new follower and sub for the channel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty
yeah.
awesome.
And
That's pretty
remember, pillow fights are magic.
They are.
Moist.
Jesus.
All right,
Remember,
bye-bye.
kids, questions are bad.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.